It is a little warm. I agree. Can't ever see that. Okay. Y'all about ready to go? I think it's about 6. Okay, great. Welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. Today's Tuesday, February 4th, 2020. We're so glad so many of you could join us. We welcome the citizens, our guests, our staff that are in the chambers, as well as our citizens and anybody else that are watching on the live stream. So we welcome you to our City Council meeting. It's about 6 o'clock. As you can see, we do have a quorum. All City Council members are present. And if you'll please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin with the presentations, I just want to go over the rules of decorum for our City Council meetings. The City Council is a place where all people are treated with respect and dignity, citizens, councilors, staff, and visitors alike. Anyone desiring to speak shall be first recognized by the presiding officer. City Council members, staff, and members of the public shall not shout, display unruly behavior, distract with side conversations, use profanity, threat of violence, or disrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting. This includes speaking or commenting from your seat or using foul language as you exit the chambers. I would suggest if you feel that you have a difficult time controlling yourself, please sit in the foyer. No personal attacks on city councilors, staff, or members of the public shall be allowed, and I will ask you to be removed. The presiding officer will warn the person that he or she will be required to leave the meeting if the disruption continues. Unfortunately, I cannot hear and see all that goes on in council chambers, but the rules of decorum allow any counselor to help monitor the situation by calling a point of order. I hope we do not have to go there. Let's again be civil and treat each other with respect and dignity. Thank you, and let's begin with presentation number 1. 2.1 Presentation, Discussion, and Possible Action on Accepting the Resignation of the City Manager and Approving an Employment Separation Agreement with the City Manager. We have City Manager Kelly Kinsler here to present. Thank you. You're welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Council. Is this mic on? There we go. Good evening, Mayor Council. I am resigning as the Leon Valley City Manager effective May 1st, 2020. This was actually done by memorandum to the Mayor and the City Council effective January 29th of 2020. By contract, I must give you 60 days. However, I am giving you 90 days in an effort to ensure a very smooth transition for the citizens of Leon Valley. I will work with my successor to the best of my ability and ensure that your 2020-2021 budget is in draft form before I leave. It'll be a very rough draft form, but I'll make sure that that's done for you. I make this commitment to you, and I make it to the citizens of this city to ensure that there are no interruption in services. I am especially grateful to the many citizens who have reached out in support of the work that I've done, and to so many council persons, past and present, who have supported the efforts by so many of my fantastic team members who I will actually miss terribly. This is a wonderful 115 staff team, and I'm extremely proud of them. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to seeing many of you in the future. The separation agreement, I believe, Mr. City Attorney, we're going to discuss an executive session. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So do we actually take action right now, or do we wait until?
I would recommend waiting until
Okay.
executive session.
All right, thank you. All right, so then we'll move to agenda item. Are there any questions or comments? Well, let's see. I think we start with the citizens. Any questions or comments on this particular agenda item? Yes.
My name is Richard Blackmore. I'm a citizen of the state of Texas, taxpayer in Leon Valley. Ms. Kinsler, when you first came aboard, I was real apprehensive. You won me over one day when I was sitting in that chair right there on the zoning commission, when you put me in my place. You looked me straight in the eye. And I knew then we had a woman, a city manager with integrity, professional. I want to thank you for that. For everything you've done for Leon Valley. You implemented everything the previous council wanted and desired, put it in effect. And I appreciate that. And I also appreciate you looking out for the staff here at Leon Valley, especially in this city hall. They needed a champion to look out for them. I want to say thank you very, very much. I'm going to hate to see you go.
Okay, anyone else? Oh, Mr. Bull, thank you. And also if you'll state your name and where you reside. Thank you.
Mayor Council, my name is Evan Bowl. I live in the Forest Oaks community behind the library. In regards to the comments for Manager Kinsler, I would like to say that though in previous years, up until the Home Rule Charter, I wasn't had a keen eye on city politics here, as in my personal view, it didn't seem like it was important enough at the time until the Home Rule Charter came about. Upon the Home Rule Charter being passed and things developing, you did, as I will parrot Mr. Blackmore, you did put a lot of the initiatives that I have questioned as a small child into effect. I could not believe that there's only just one park here in Leon Valley, only to learn that there's 5. And I thank you for that. I also would like to say that I hope this departure is not in regards directly to the most recent activities within the community, because that would be just a shame. And I thank you for all that you've done, and wherever you go next, I hope you take that very same determination and care for the community to there. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Council.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. All right. Okay. Any other questions or comments from our in our chambers? If not, I'll ask the council if they have anything. We'll move on. Yes, Councilor Charles.
Yes, I was very saddened to hear about your resignation, and you have been what I notice most is your support of the city staff and your willingness to have an open door to us council members who have questions and need to clarify things. So I don't know that we could do any better, and we can't beg you to stay, so I wish you the best wherever you choose to go.
Thank you, Counselor.
Okay. All right, then, seeing no one else, we'll move on to presentation 2.2, Presentation, discussion, and possible action on the appointment of an interim city manager and approving a contract with the interim city manager.
Thank you.
There's nothing in our packet.
Thank you.
Okay.
To answer this young gentleman's questions back here, as absolutely not the reason I'm leaving. I actually have had several opportunities that I've actually passed on in an effort to try to hang in here and make sure that certain things got accomplished. And I feel like as far as a city manager, I've done that, and I'm ready to go on to new things. And I've had some great opportunities come my way, and now I just need to figure out what direction I'm going to head. So, okay, so 8.2. Regarding the appointment of an interim city manager, I have actually asked Ms. Crystal Caldera to step in on an interim basis as the city manager, and in spite of a very strong attempt at convincing, she is not convinced and does not want to do it. I've also talked to a couple of senior directors who don't have any desire. My other assistant city manager, Chief Salvaggio, is willing to take the position on an interim basis. As a public administrator for 20 to 30 years, I would strongly encourage this body to appoint someone from the current team to my position on an interim basis. Because of the dysfunctional reputation that this city currently has, you're not going to get great applicants. I want you to get really good applicants. I want you to get a really good city manager. It's no secret. It was just in the Express News, on a good Express News article yesterday. There's a division up here. And I would love to see, and that was one of the reasons for my resignation May 1st. It's before the election. It doesn't matter. I'm apolitical. Whatever happens at the election happens. I want to see a team. Because your citizens deserve it. And any applicant that you get that comes in is going to research Leon Valley, and you're not going to get very good reviews. So I'm hoping that an interim might fix that problem for you, and maybe we can get through an election or two and develop a good, strong team up at the diocese. That's my hope. The factors that I just discussed definitely discourage prospective city managers from applying for this position. I can tell you from experience that when Leon Valley is researched, that the issues that Scott Huddleston mentioned in his Express News article yesterday will surface. They will surface over and over again. I would beg this body to work on improving the quality of the image of Leon Valley, of their image up here at the dais, before a national or even a statewide hunt for this position is undertaken. Not for me, not for you, but for them, for the citizens. I beg you to do that. They deserve it. An administrator should be able to carry out policies handed down to them without interference. You as a body should make your decision on facts, community goals. That's actually the goals of the entire community, not just a select few, and your conscience. Tenet 4 of my code of conduct says that I must serve the best interests of the people. This means all the people, and that's what I've tried to do. There are physical and mental attacks on citizens and staff. I have received, I can't tell you how many memos and phone calls from staff who are so upset about the physical and the mental attacks on them. This is another reason I believe Chief Salvaggio is the individual that is capable of handling the chaos that's being created by these attacks right now. There's another professional tenet that city managers follow, and it's tenet number 3. Be dedicated to the higher ideals of honor and integrity in all public and personal relationships, in order that the member may merit the respect and confidence of the elected officials, of other officials and employees, and of the public. As I tell the staff every chance I get, they go low, please stay high, just like Michelle Obama. I used to love when she said that, and we talk about that with the staff. Stay high. And I'm so proud. I don't know how many staff members are here. Thank you for staying high. Thank you very much. Chief Salvaggio is willing to work with me on the 2020-21 budget in the next 90 days. He's willing to carry out policies that are set forth by you. He's willing to leave assignments as they are right now with the city unless a major adjustment is seen and is needed. He is the only assistant city manager or director with the experience leading much larger organizations than this city, and has done so successfully according to his previous supervisors, countless awards, and his military decorations. He holds his master's in public administration with a 3.95 GPA, so he's certainly well qualified for the position. I am not advocating for Chief Salvaggio as your permanent city manager. He's going to have to decide if that's something that he wants to put in for, and if that's something that you all are even interested in. But I am advocating for a team member to be the acting city manager until things are straightened out at this dais. Right now, we need consistency in the city departments, and we need strong leadership. And I believe that you would get both of those in this interim fulfillment. You need an interim city manager so that a succession plan can be carried forward during my 85 days that are remaining. We've discussed time and time again, budget and budget again, at how I was going to implement succession plans at this city. Succession plans exist in every department of this city, including the city manager's office. You, as the council in the past, during the budget, have always been supportive of our succession plans, and I ask that you continue to remain supportive of our succession plan. As of today, this is my idea of a succession plan after speaking to the directors and both assistant city managers. And with that, I would either stand for questions or we can go into executive session, however you want to do it now.
All right. We start with the citizens as per our new rules, and so if there's any comments on the presentation 2.2, please come forward and state your name and where you live, and then I'll ask the council for any comments. Thank you.
Leslie Bacon, Forest Oaks, Canterville. I'd like to say, Crystal, you are beyond qualified for this position. You have worked for the city of Leon Valley for many years. We would appreciate the citizens if you took this position. You are more than qualified. You know the city, and we would really appreciate it if you would take the position.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor Council. Ivan Bull from Forest Oaks. I have a question with regards to going forward. Should Chief Salvaggio be the choice for interim and or permanent, would he have to give up his position as chief and have a chief of police going forward?
Thank you.
It's an excellent question, sir. So the answer is yes, and there's a succession plan at the police department in place already. So Assistant Chief Saucedo would take over in the interim. Chief Salvaggio would take over the city manager on the interim until a new city manager was hired. And then Chief Salvaggio could go back to being your chief of police.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Yes.
Drew Power, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. So it's my understanding that we've got 85 days before this takes effect. And yes, I'm sorry to see you go. I would love to see you take the position. I think taking action on this tonight would be a little bit premature without getting input from the citizens on who's going to manage our city. I would ask that you guys table this for another time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will ask the counselors if you have any questions or comments. I had one question. Is there any effect on the budget with the interim?
The effect on the budget, actually, we can talk about in executive session, but it's going to be the payout of leave, just like it is anytime anybody leaves.
No, I meant with the interim positions. Are they going to get a pay increase?
So the interim position would get a pay increase both on the chief of police side and on the city manager side.
All right. That's
That would
my
be
question. All right. Anyone else?
But your major effect on the budget is usually the leave payout, is usually the way it works for this city.
I understood that. Okay, very good. All right, so, Mr. Bradshaw.
So I reviewed the home rule charter, and I didn't see anywhere in the charter where it mentions an interim city manager. It does mention that if the city manager's gone for a time, that we can have appoint somebody to fill in, but not an interim city manager. And I think it, we have 90 days to kind of post the position and interview and find somebody as a replacement. I don't see a need to have an interim city manager where we're paying basically 2 city managers at the same time for 3 months, and it's not budgeted. And in essence, another police chief, promoting him in the spot during that time, it's the total cost of the taxpayers is what I'm concerned about.
Okay, all right. All right, anyone else? Ms. Joseph, I think I'd already gone to the counselor. So again, if the way our discussion is now working is we have hear from the citizens first, and then once we go to the dais, then that would preclude any other citizen input at that time. But again, there's other opportunities at the rest of the budget agenda. We're talking budget. All right. Any other questions, comments? All right. So then if you'll please bear with us, presentation number 2.3, we will move into executive session pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 551.074, entitled Personnel Matters. City Council shall convene an executive session to A, deliberate on the employment resignation of the city manager and the appointment, employment, reassignment duties of an interim city manager, and pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.074, entitled Consultation with Attorney, receive legal advice from the city attorney on a matter the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct require confidentiality, to wit, an employment termination agreement with the current city manager and a contract with the interim city manager. So at approximately 6:21, we will move to executive session. Thank you. All right. We are back from executive session at 7:50 on Tuesday, February 4th, 2020. The Assistant Chief just asked me to remind everyone to please silence your cell phones. So I didn't say that at the beginning. And we reconvene into regular session and take action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary. So I open it up to the council on that. Yes,
If I may,
sure may.
I think we had a consensus as to the first item regarding the city manager's contract, that we would accept her termination, but wait on the contract until the next session so that we had a chance to review more and have.
If I could just correct you, it's not my termination, it's my resignation. And it's called a separation agreement.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. So the separation agreement to accept it, but to wait on the terms of the agreement. So I guess just
Is that a motion?
well, I don't know if the motion is to postpone out, or you do one. Mr. Ercon, do you do one and separate or wait?
Yeah, I think what the motion would be to accept the city manager's resignation and bring back the separation agreement at the next city council meeting for consideration.
All right, I so move that. Thank you.
And I'll second her.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to accept the city manager separation agreement, but wait on the contract until the next meeting, which would be February the 18th. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Is there another motion?
Are we ready to move on, Mayor?
I'm sorry?
Are we ready to move on to the
We are.
next
I
subject?
said, is there another motion?
Okay.
Yes.
Because of the turmoil in the city right now, all the ugliness that is going on, unnecessarily so, when the majority of us, and I'm not singling out anybody in this room, want to move forward with the things that the moves that this staff has made, the improvements that they've made in the city, the direction that we're heading now, despite what's going on, it is my feeling that we need a strong interim city manager, period. We've got to have that. We can't just float aimlessly. There's too much at stake here, and I do not want to see this staff broken apart because of this nonsense. So I move to accept the appointment of Joseph Salvaggio as the interim city manager and approve the contract. Period.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Hody and a second by Councilor Charles to appoint Joseph Salvaggio as interim city manager and accept his contract.
That is correct.
as presented. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Mayor, do we need to allow citizens to speak on this first? Is it per our rules of decorum?
Yeah.
Sorry, we didn't do it on the first item.
Oh, we didn't, that's right.
I think we
Yeah,
we did do it.
Have you allowed, you should allow citizens to speak.
That's right.
But when we first called it, they were allowed to speak before we went back. But if you think it's
Oh,
appropriate,
if they, I'm sorry, I didn't recollect that, but if they did speak on the items.
yes, several
then
of them
they've
did.
had- Yeah, under your rules, I think they've had their opportunity.
Okay, I disagree on this with Mr. Hody. The contract, the interim city manager, to me, is somebody who, one thing, it's not in our city charter at all. There's no interim city manager. There's an acting city manager in case our current city manager, has a medical issue or some other reason that she has to leave. But she's going to be here through May. Well, the contract for the interim city manager is 18 months, a year and a half, guaranteed. No matter if we find somebody else or not. 18 months paid with an increase in salary, of course, and the same terms that our current city manager has, that if she's terminated, then there's a large payout that would happen. And to me, I just do not feel that I do not believe that the chief is the right one to, quote unquote, heal the city with all the divisiveness. They like to say that, we need some stability and somebody that can bring some order. I don't believe that the chief is the one to do that.
I also was in favor of having somebody from the outside to come in, and the 18 months I thought was way too long. We've had lots of interim city managers in the past, and they've been here for 3 or 4 months until you seek another full-time position. And I believe I heard, that it may be difficult for us to find a full-time city manager due to the turmoil we've been going through, and that is why the 18 months was recommended by the city manager. I just am concerned because it's tying up future councils, and so there was I think we discussed something about possibly as a consensus to say hire Mr. Chief Salvaggio, and then whenever we found a full-time city manager, permanent city manager, then he would resume to his chief of police duties, but that was not agreed to. So with that said, I'll just move for a roll call vote, please, Ms. Basile.
No.
Well, Mr. Habib said that we could not.
Let me say, I am not the parliamentarian. You are the parliamentarian subject.
I'd like to hear from citizens, but, that's just me. I always like.
Yes, ma'am. And so it's
I'm
the
for that.
council's decision, and your decision subject to any objection by your fellow
Okay.
council
Is
members.
there any objection by the council to hear from citizens? Okay. If there's no objections, then we'll hear short, because I'm looking at the time, we're going to be here. So who wants to speak first?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm one of the 11,000 plus citizens that will be paying this bill. I'm one of the 850 plus people who signed the recall petition. I'm concerned of why we're having 2 city managers at the same time. This lady, Ms. Kinsler, is not leaving until May 1st. And now you want to hire somebody in the interim who's already got a full-time job? Where are we getting the money for all this? The charter doesn't say that we have an interim city manager, like Mr. Bradshaw says. We're not going with the charter? How do we operate our business, our city, and not go with the charter? And how do we have this contract already agreed on when the citizens here have not had any input whatsoever? This is not open and transparent government. This is not what we signed up for. I mean, come on, y'all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bowl.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I would like to actually agree with the fact that we don't have the language of interim manager in the Home Rule Charter. But I don't believe simply because it's not there that it shouldn't exist given the circumstances that exist. Beyond May 1st, Kelly Quinsler will not be here. The idea to have an interim or acting, which essentially mean the same thing synonymously, to do the job. And I believe there is an overlap required to ensure a seamless transition, and that as long as I would agree to such a thing, as long as in the contract you state that beyond finding someone full-time, that the chief's contract is up, essentially. That would put a lot of our minds at ease in doing so. The fact of the turmoil and the fact that you're not going to find somebody anytime soon is the reality that we created. And maybe 18 months might be a little much. I'd say shorten it and then put it in the contract to revisit at least well before 90 days before the contract is up, kind of thing.
Okay.
That would be more logical. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Robin Johnson, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. I'd like to address first the position of interim city manager. There is not one in our charter. Our charter was written, and that's what we're supposed to be following. If the council can make whatever change they want, whenever they want, to the charter, why do we have it? Why do we vote on it? In addition to that, the idea, Mr. Hody, that putting a strong person in control for 18 months, that strong person is not acceptable to a lot of the members who live in Leon Valley, the citizens. He is our police chief. He does not need to be our city manager also. One job and one job only.
Thank you.
Benny Martinez, and I'll use a phrase from Mr. Blackmore, a resident of Leon Valley and the state of Texas. Joe Salvaggio has caused a lot of turmoil in this city. He is the cause of a lot of issues in this city, from towing cars, from police going up in people's driveway and checking registrations. There's a lot of things that he has done. He has been involved in politics. He should not, as a city employee, be involved in politics. And he has been heavily involved in politics. He is not the right person for this job. And appointing him, and it is ludicrous to give them 18 months. If you're going to have, well, I'm against an interim because it's not in the charter, but we have a person right here, Crystal Caldera, that's been with the city for years. She's been the assistant city manager. Let Ms. Kinsler leave on May 1st, and Crystal can take over as acting city manager like she's done before, and then we can go out and hire a city manager.
Okay, thank
We
you.
shouldn't handcuff ourselves, and you guys are doing a very bad disservice to the city by giving him an 18-month contract.
Lynn Joseph. I agree with just about everything everybody has said. We don't have that in the charter. I don't see why we are giving out 2 paychecks to people that are filling the same job position. What a legacy you all are leaving, each council member that is voting for this. Is your family, friends, your neighborhood really going to appreciate what you are doing? I don't think so. People have already spoken, been speaking to you, and you continue to ignore them. And you want to pressure us by putting in somebody that has already pressured the city into a lot of things that we're just very unhappy about. And it's not just a few measly that everybody keeps talking about. It keeps growing. And I'm sorry you don't realize that, or you think you can outride this, but citizens, more citizens are becoming upset. You're not following the charter that you wrote. Your own words, you're not following it. No interim. You're just a disgrace now. Thank you for making the city of Leon Valley an unhappy place.
Let's not attack. Let's keep it positive and civil.
William Johnson, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. 18 months? Even if the city has a bad image or a black eye, tying us to 18 months is unreasonable. We have a city manager that will continue to perform her duties for another 85 days, per her own words. That gives us time to solicit applications and vet other people. Chief Salvaggio could be one of the people that makes an application. But to tie the city's hands for 18 months with an interim city manager is ridiculous.
Okay.
I have no problem with a 6-month contract that begins when our current city manager leaves, but I just cannot see 18 months. You can always revisit it before the 6-month contract expires, but you are nailing your feet to the floor if you want to commit the city to an 18-month contract with a golden parachute.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Ray Orozco. I'm from Pavona Place. A couple of Saturdays ago, we had a meeting, town hall meeting, where we needed money for this, we needed money for pools, we needed money for our infrastructure, and now we're going to spend money and paying more for 18 months. Councilman Hootie did say that this is a divided council, and I'll tell you, if you vote for it, it's going to continue to divide this council and put a wedge between the people and the council. So think about it. I know that you think what is best, but we have an assistant that is more than qualified to take over if need be. Give her that opportunity.
Thank you.
Rita Burnside, Forest Oaks. We've been in this situation before, where we didn't have a city manager for a while. And then here comes a wonderful person named Hank Brummett. And he took, I don't know how many months he was here, but he was here to run the show until we found another city manager. And I'm telling you, I'm sure, I'm absolutely certain there's some retired city managers out there who would love the opportunity to come, earn a little money, and be here a few months, and then say, thank you very much, and go home. I mean, my doctor just retired, and he said, oh, I'm not totally retired. I'm waiting for somebody to ask me to come and do a vacation, replacement. So this is pretty much how I see it. And I wish Hank Brummett was around.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think if Eric, come on up, if that's just so we can move.
Mata.
Yeah.
Forest Oaks, Canterfield.
I'm very troubled by the fact that we have a staff member, the city manager, who gets up here and preaches to you, the council, about how divided the council is, and this is the reason we need an interim to serve parallel to her term. The division, if anything, plenty of us see is coming from the city manager herself. And for her to think that it's okay to dictate the future as she walks out the door and wash your hands of the mess that you've played a role in creating is outrageous. It's troubling. Comes across as nepotism. Plenty of us are aware that Chief Salvaggio was your student. And just the gall to think that you're here serving this community, the people of Leon Valley, and you're putting staff concerns before us, the people. It's outrageous. It's troubling. We've had enough of this.
Thank you, Mr. Mata.
Plenty of us are happy to see you walk out the door.
Hello.
Hi.
Council. John Sines, 6514 Thunderbird. Just a couple of questions for clarity. Who wrote up the contract?
Mr.
I did not write the contract.
I don't know who.
The contract is a standard contract used by the, we just said-
Texas City Managers
Managers
Association. It's a form contract.
It's a form contract, yeah.
And for clarity also, the 18-month piece, whose idea was that as well, please?
The 18-month piece actually was my suggestion as the administrator of the city, and the thought process behind it was so that we could get through 2 elections to see if there wasn't any way we could unify the dais so that we could actually attract a really good qualified candidate for these citizens, because right now the response rate is not going to be very good.
Just one more question and then a suggestion. And then in regard to the, if I'm hearing this correctly, the double pay on the salary, whose idea was that as well?
So double pay is not, it's not exactly the way it would happen. Once the contract was signed for, however many days, the chief actually would receive a $15,000 raise. So anytime a staff member takes on additional duties, they actually would receive a raise to do that. That's very common. So he would get a $15,000 raise in order to be the city manager. We would then appoint the assistant police chief on an interim basis as well as the interim police chief.
And then just a suggestion, I'm sorry, I was getting out of work a little late. Are we going to have the chief up to speak about and see what his thoughts are so the citizens could hear that as well?
I don't believe that's on the agenda, but I will tell you that it's very common when we had our another position leaving for positions to work side by side for a while as in the succession plan.
Including the
That's
chief
not
of
uncommon.
police? Including the chief of police as well?
No, this chief of police, it did not work like that. I had an, how did that work? I appointed an interim because the other chief of police, I can't remember actually, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
I don't want to give you wrong information. It was 4 years ago.
Leslie Bacon, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. I really resent that you're talking about Leon Valley, the city where we live and own our homes, like we're not going to be able to get somebody to come in here and take a job to lead our city. That is a ridiculous comment. Leon Valley is a great city. We have great citizens, and we are going to get a great city manager, and you couldn't leave soon enough, Kelly. It's you that has caused all
Miss
of
Bacon, Miss Bacon.
Point, Mary, yeah,
Please, I know everybody's a little, on edge, but let's not do any personal attacks. Let's just try to remain respectful and calm, because we all need to leave in the foyer if you can't. Yes, sir, Mr. Smith.
Dwayne Smith, Grass Valley. Ms. Kay, I think you've done a great job. Thank you very much. I think the chief would make a very good interim city manager. I think that he's going to need some time with this lady to learn how to do the job, learn all the ins and outs of the job. It's ridiculous to think that she can leave on a Monday and he can come in and take her job on a Tuesday with no training, no understanding of what needs to be done. I've just retired myself. The person that took my place, I spent 6 months training him. He quit after 3 months. Now I have to go back into work, spend a lot of time training somebody new. You can't do a complicated job just by having somebody come in cold and do it. The other part of it is why in the world would you want to take a job that you're going to have to spend a lot of time learning how to do and do it for 3 months and then leave? It doesn't make any sense. Myself, I wouldn't take a job that required me to acquire a whole lot of new skills and do it for 3 months and then abandon it. What's in it for me? Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Ivana Rosco from Pavona Place as well. We have Ms. Kensler who said she was going to stay on because she wanted to work with somebody to go through the 2020 and 2021 budget. You have an assistant city manager who's going to be here who obviously knows the job because she fills in when she's gone. You also have a finance director who should know the budget. I don't see a problem with not having an interim manager because you will have an acting city manager and a finance director that can work with Ms. Kensler until she leaves. And then you can go ahead and see who you can bring in as a full-time city manager, and you can get the pool that the lady wants to do her laps in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You can take care of the annex, and then you'll have less money that you'll need to get the Public Works Department done.
Okay, thank you. All right, yes,
Mayor,
Councilor.
I'd like to respond a bit because there's still more information that's misinformation being portrayed. First of all, what you haven't heard is that the finance director has also resigned because Ms. Kienzler has resigned. She's agreed to stay on for an interim period. Both will be needed to train and to help through the next budget period. As you heard at the beginning, for those who were here, Ms. Caldera is not interested in the job. You can't force a person to do something. There are reasons why she's not interested, and those are very important. We shouldn't be having to go through this at all. For those who are thinking and know and have been here for many years, Ms. Kienzler is probably the best city manager overall that we've ever had. And the last interim, Mr. Brummett stayed on, so there was the same. It's happened repeatedly. He stayed on for a period of time after Ms. Kienzler was hired until she was brought up to speed in the position. So it's not uncommon. In addition, the prior city manager, 3 times there were bids put out to try to get a qualified city manager, and they were always rejected after they came. As to the 3rd time, the council, which the mayor was part of, kind of gave up and took him as a last resort. He ended up doing the city wrong in many, many ways. And when he left, he didn't even leave like he agreed to leave, and he ended up taking unemployment for a year, even though he was employed. There's many, many things that you're not aware of. The city, yes, the citizens vote for us as council people, and we have the good and bad duty of having to do things that are tough. We're in that position now. The citizens didn't have input when Ms. Kienzler was hired. That's our role, and that's something that we take very seriously. For the 18 months, Mr. Mata keeps talking all the while I'm talking and laughing. Will you please, Mayor, point of order?
Mr. Mata, would you just, for peace sake, would you just go to the foyer, and then we don't have... I haven't heard you, but this is a point of order. Okay. Yeah, let's just, I understand.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
You're asking him to sit in the foyer, not to leave
Yeah,
the meeting.
just sit in the foyer. Yeah, that's all I ask you to please do. Oh, thank you for that. Clarify. I appreciate that. But, again, I'm just trying to see if we can get through this meeting. Thank you. No, he's not having to leave. Just, okay, now, I don't think you'll be distracted.
The position, in spite of what's portrayed, is not something that the quality city managers around Texas are even interested in because of the publicity happening for the past nearly a year. The police chief has agreed, but he also needs some stability for his contract. The 18 months, it's the timing of it. If you do get through 6 months, you're putting it right before the next budget is due. If you do a year, you're running into the same thing next year. So the aim was to do the 18 months both to give him a reason to act as city interim or acting city manager, whichever term you use, and secondly, to allow after the next election the chance to, it takes at least 3 months just to go through the process of hiring, and it is not automatic. None of the council but myself and the mayor have been through it before. It's not something, it would need training for everybody. So this isn't considered lightly, and I'm hoping that you'll still, in spite of what you've spoken today, will keep your self open to allow goodness to come to our city. That's what we're here for. Allow it to come in. Be kind, be good to one another. Stop the ugly comments. These people making comments, they've never even spoken to me personally. And you have a ton of animosity toward me and some of the others, apparently. It is very frustrating for us to sit up here and constantly hear the banter when you don't even come to talk to us or ask us to talk to you. Anyway, Mayor, I'm sorry I called the question.
Okay, Mr. Bradshaw had his hand up before you called the question, so I will give him the floor. And then we'll call the question.
Yeah, I think it's sad that our council will not listen to citizens. Every citizen here that spoke, even those that are in favor of the chief, thought the 18 months is extreme, and that you could have a clause in there, which our city attorney suggested, that says, or until we find a permanent city manager. Mm-hmm. Even if that were to be to make the chief the permanent manager, it could be, 18-month contract or until a city manager is found. But they refused to do this. And I believe, a month or 2 months ago, there was something on the agenda that the city manager made a motion to appoint the chief assistant city manager at the time. Police chief / assistant city manager. And I thought that was very strange. I wasn't the only one. And now it all makes sense. I believe that this was planned, that she knew she was going to leave. We just signed a new contract for her in October, and now she's out the door and passing the same contract on to the chief of police, which seems like a reward for something.
Okay. All right, so we do have a motion, and unless there's any other discussion from the council.
Mayor, it's me, right here.
Oh,
I
you
would
go.
just like to make a comment because...
You sure may.
Okay, thank you.
I know.
So I really appreciate everybody's confidence in me. I was approached, I was asked to be interim city manager. I politely turned it down. And so I'm still going to be here to support Chief Salvaggio. I will continue to be here as I have been for the last 4 city managers. And we will do the best to serve the residents and the citizens of Leon Valley the best way that we can. But I really wanted y'all to know they did approach me, and most of y'all know, and y'all have seen my daughter floating around the office. I do have a school-age child, and so in order to continue to be her mom, I can't do both. And so I politely turned down the offer, but I will be here to continue to support the residents and Chief Salvaggio. And so I did want to make that clear because a lot of the residents were wanting to know why, and so I thought it was important for me to
Thank you
express
for that, Crystal.
You
Do
welcome.
appreciate that. Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the floor, and Ms. Pusley, if you'll please call the roll.
Counselor Charles?
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Counselor Alcocer?
Yes.
Counselor Hody?
Yes.
And Counselor Bradshaw?
No.
Motion passes 4 ayes and 1 nay. All right, moving then to presentation 5, presentation and discussion, public art, murals. Melinda Moritz, our Public Works Director, is here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, citizens. Figure out how to operate it. The purpose of this item is to seek input and garner City Council direction in the placing of the city logo and/or other art on the Grass Hill elevated water tank and on our silos, which are off of Hebner Road. And this is a picture of those structures. We have just advertised bids to rehabilitate the Grass Hill elevated water tank. And there was some discussion in the past about putting some kind of artwork on the tank, but no formal decision was made and no direction was given, whether it be a logo or a mural or whatever. The Park Commission discussed having murals painted on the silos, but they've not forwarded a recommendation to the City Council as yet. So staff is looking for direction from the Council on both of these items. I did research appropriate vendors for these kinds of projects. One estimate we got was for $100,000 to $110,000. They didn't give me a rendering what they would put, but they were willing to work with the city. One estimate was just for the water tank was $61,832. They also did not give a rendering, but the artist is willing to work with us. And then one estimate for both the water tank and the silos was $73,000. The artist did provide renderings. We don't have funds currently budgeted for either project. However, with the bids that we're going to put out for the Grass Hill elevated tank rehab, we're looking at the numbers coming in a little lower. So there may be an opportunity for y'all to reuse some of the money we don't use on that rehab. The silos, unfortunately, we've never budgeted for. So the elevated tank rehabilitation includes painting the entire surface, but it does not include a logo or any other artwork. It'll be a blank canvas. If the logo or other artwork is desired, the item would have to be brought to City Council for a budget adjustment from the Enterprise Fund Reserve, or, as I said, from any savings that we get from this next bid. And this is what it would look like for the logo. As far as the silos go, the Park Commission discussed putting murals on the silo. At the June 13th meeting, one Park Commissioner proposed several designs to the Commission, and they liked the ideas, but no formal vote was taken. The Commission decided to meet at the silo site at a later date to form a recommendation. I needed to get some idea of what this would cost, so I did forward the Park Commissioner's ideas to the artists that we were just speaking of. And so here was the concept drawing that was presented to the Park Commission. Those are butterflies on one silo to the right, and then bluebonnets or other kind of flower on the one on the left, and then a wildflower garden at the bottom with maybe some lighting. It was a very preliminary concept. And this is what the one artist came up with. As far as fiscal impact, the elevated water tank will be ready for immediate painting from the rehabilitation work. The lowest quote we had was for $36,000, but that was just the logo. It was not a mural. It will require a budget adjustment if I can't find the savings from that project. You can also request another design. You can, have a mural up on that tank as well. As far as the silos go, we need to get a final recommendation from the Park Commission and then forward that to the City Council. You can consider their recommendation or another design. This one will require a budget adjustment for sure, and the lowest quote we got was for $37,000. The silos are cement and they're dirty. They've never been cleaned in their lives, and so that would have to be performed first. So recommendation, the water tank is at the council's discretion. If the council, on the silos, if the council's interested, I can ask the Park Commission to move forward with their recommendation to the City Council. And that's my presentation.
Just a clarification before we open it up for discussion. Did you say we had the money or we don't have the money
For the
budgeted?
elevated water tank, we're waiting for the bids to come in. The bid opening will be in February. I think it's the 20th. And so we think the opinion of cost is going to be around $360,000, and the council had budgeted $400,000. So you may see a $40,000 savings in that. It just depends on how the bids come in. And you know as well as I do, they could either come in under or they could come in over. So we'll see. And then, of course, with the silos, no one's ever budgeted money.
Okay, so that would have to come from general fund if that's what the council. Okay. Are there any questions or comments from our citizens and visitors in the chambers? Please come forward.
Oh, I was just going to show you. Here's some
thank
mural
you.
designs, too. I like that first one, but it looks like the tank is leaking, so I thought that might not be a good opportunity. Go back to the making
Thank you
part.
for sharing those with us. Cool.
Leaking tanks, right?
They could leak like that. No.
Oh, look at the corn.
That's a Lotus. Mayor and council.
Oh, wait, go back to that. Sorry.
Katie?
This is the city of Katy, and that got Tank of the Year. And that's based on Katy's history of having rice grasses and geese fly over the land back before it was a 20-lane highway and all that populations. And so that's what they picked.
Oh, I like that one. That's neat.
You through, show and tell? This is kind of what I was thinking. As I know, I've only been here since 1971. Those silos predated this city. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So how about if we kind of incorporate the history of our city in some of those nice designs of butterflies and flowers and all that, and tell a story of, we've got two nice silos all the way around, and tell the story of the city, of how we originated, how things happened from it being a ranch to what it is today. And we'll never have this opportunity again. Tell this story in that form.
I wonder if we could have a contest.
Why not?
You know, there's not a rush.
Yes, they've been here a couple of years. They're not going to go. How many?
I think they've been here since the 1920s, the silos.
Yeah.
Okay, so start at the beginning and bring it forward.
Okay, thank you. I think it was a dairy farm, wasn't it?
Yes.
Melinda? Right. All right, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Riddle. Good evening and welcome.
Philip Riddle, Rusopi. I like all of these concepts, especially the ones for the silos, although I would say either one of these, the tank or the silos, I would want to see our city name on there so that people would know they're entering or driving through Leon Valley.
Thank you for that comment. All right. Any questions or comments from the council? Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
I've kind of been bugging Melinda for many years to do something like this. I have the good fortune of being able to drive around the country when I go places, and the thing I've told her is everywhere you go, you see these, especially in the smaller towns, the water tanks and silos that advertise the town. And it's what you see as you drive into the city, and I just think it would be nice to have it. also would like to know if what you were talking about, the bids for the present water tower, does that, and you're saying that doesn't even include getting the logo on it, just the painting?
Just plain white.
Boy, why aren't we including I thought we were including something in it.
I never did receive direction from the council, and so what we can do is find out if they'll do it as a bid alternate, if it meets that 15% contingency for the tank. Otherwise, that money just gets left in the fund, the capital item fund, and we can come back and ask the council if you want to use that for the logo. We did budget $400,000.
I thought we had by consensus, but I'm not sure how long ago that was done. Anyway, we can do it now, just by consensus?
It is, the tank is budgeted at $400,000, so we really need to wait until we get the bids in to see how much is left. And then also it's going to depend, the cost of whatever you decide to put on that tank, that's what's going to drive the cost. So if it's over whatever we have left, or if the bids come in so high that we don't have anything left, then I would need to come back to the city council and get a budget adjustment.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
I like the idea of painting especially the silos, since I see them every single day when I have to drive to work. And I also like the idea of having a contest that you mentioned.
Yeah, I do
Maybe
too.
involve the students of the local schools, our students, and come up with a template with 2 towers and say, have at it, and see what people can come up with. And I also think Mr. Yarnell's idea of telling a story or some history of the area would also be nice. So thank you for your effort.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor.
You had indicated a wrap is a lot less expensive than painting, and that would be able to incorporate more, I think, would it not?
Actually, what I found out when I actually went and researched the vendors themselves, the wraps seem to be running a little higher. The low cost that I got for these two right here was $36,000. The next cost I got above that was $37,000.
And that was for painting or wrap?
For painting.
Okay.
The one vendor, and don't quote me on this, I think he said it was between $100,000 and $110,000.
And why the discrepancy? Do you have any idea?
No, I'll research it further. I just wanted to bring you some basic costs.
Okay, and would that have been for both towers or one tower?
For one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. Yes, Councilor Charles.
Yes, I really like Mr. Yarnell's idea about having history displayed there, our history. And so it's in an area that was a ranch, and I could see cows on the side, wagons, and so on. So I would like to see that. Yeah. But these look good too.
Okay. Anything else? I think you've got a lot of ideas. There's no action on this agenda item, but you'll bring us back.
But to go ahead and go forward with this project.
I believe so.
getting it done.
That's what I'm hearing, yeah.
Okay, great. We'll do it. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
Thank you. All right, agenda item number 3, City Manager's Report. Ms. Kinsler, if you'll begin, please.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. Pretty short this time. The city manager report is out on the table or on the website, the comprehensive city manager report. This is just supplemental. Wanted just to mention this, although it's already on the original city manager report. The Census Complete Count Committee received a $15,000 grant. I want to thank Lisa from the fire department and Rosie from the library for their submission on behalf of this community. Wanted to let you know that postcards went out yesterday for the spring cleanup. Everything should be out on the curb the week of February 24th through the 28th, and then Tiger actually begins pickup on March the 2nd. February 22nd is our community workout. It's called It's Time Texas, and that's organized by Maribel Mendoza. It's the community challenge at Raymond Rimkus Park at 9 o'clock in the morning. And our sponsors this year are Elevate Our Veterans. They are the ones that are going to be coordinating the workout. And they just opened up shop over behind the HEB. We just had a ribbon cutting for them. So, and then one more thing I would like consensus from the council. Did you want us to schedule item 2.2? It's a carryover. The city secretary and I were just talking about it at 5:30 for executive session for next meeting. So we try to do that as we're sitting up here. because
I
we were,
believe so.
yeah, we were supposed to do 5:30 today, and there was an error, and so we'll do this one for 5:30. Okay.
Is that the 18th? Okay.
Yes,
At
ma'am.
5:30?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
So there's your answer. Okay, that concludes the city manager's
I'll
report.
make it at 5:30. I just want to be sure Mr. Bradshaw and Mr. Hody can. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
All
that
right.
concludes the supplemental report, and I would stand for any questions.
Any questions from our citizens or guests in our chambers or from the council on the city manager's report? Okay, seeing no one, we'll move to citizens to be heard. Agenda item number 4. Okay. Okay, we've got one. Mr. Power.
Just real quick, Drew Power, Canterfield. At the town hall meeting, it was, I guess, presented that the results of the voting would be posted on the city's website. They're on the homepage? Okay.
Scroll to the bottom.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, then we'll move to announcements by the mayor and council members. Ms. Charles, if you'll begin, please.
I just want to thank everybody for coming tonight, and I hope you have, we're glad always for your input, although we don't always agree, but we need your input, and I hope that keeps us moving forward. So thank you very much, and I hope you have a good evening after the council meeting's over.
Thank you. Councilor Rodriguez.
I'll just second Donna. Glad everybody's here, glad for the input. Like she said, whether we agree or not, it's critical to have citizen input, and hope to see everybody out on the 22nd for that workout.
Thank you. Councilor Alcacer.
Yeah, I first wanted to tell everybody that for those who were surprised that I exited the last meeting rather quickly, I had had foot surgery, and I was not even supposed to be here. The doctor had said don't come, but I knew things were going to be on, like the charter review that I couldn't be part of. By the time I had been here 4 hours, I was past the point of no return, and that's the reason I left, and for no other reason. And previously, I've mentioned a quote. I don't know to whom it's attributed, so I apologize to that person. But basically, it was that you can't love your city unless you love your fellow citizens. It's not ugly to be truthful or to tell the truth or to make the truth known. Thank you for being here, and thank you to the staff. They're what make the city function.
Thank you. Councilor Hody.
I just want to tell everyone that I appreciate the opportunity to serve on council, and I recognize that there's going to be differing opinions. I get that, but I thank you for your participation.
Thank you. Councilor Bradshaw.
I don't know if everybody's familiar with the organizational chart of the city, but I would like to point out that on the very top of the organizational chart is the citizens of Leon Valley. You are our boss, and I appreciate your involvement in the city. And I'd also like to read a quote. It says, "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything." That's Albert Einstein.
Okay. Thank you. Just a few things, and again, thank you all for being here. The town hall meeting, thank you for all the participation. We had I think the highest turnout to date, and that was our 10th annual town hall meeting 2 weekends ago. And I wanted to thank Ms. Kinsler and all of her staff. They worked tirelessly to put all of the presentations together, and Dr. Francine Romero as well. I did get some input from people that I wanted to share. Number one, we didn't have as much time for community dialogue at the tables like we used to, and so maybe my suggestion would be for next year, cut down on the number of topics to where we can hear from the people, because that's what I had heard from a lot of people that were missing this time. And then also the citizens to be heard. There are many people that come early but can't stay the whole time. So maybe have a citizens to be heard at the beginning of the town hall and a citizens at the end, cut them down instead of one long period at the end, just so we can give people, meet their schedules. So thank you all very much. I thought it was an excellent town hall, and I hope I look forward to getting the report from Dr. Romero.
Mayor, just so you know, I did hear from Dr. Romero today. Within a few weeks, she should have the reports done, and then we'll publish it on the website, just like we did the findings.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then also, I did have a meeting last week with Chairman Roger Christensen from the Park Commission, and he just sat down with me to let me know that the Park Commission is looking at a possible doggy park in Raymond Rimkus Park, that they got the survey back and over 100 people want a dog park in the Raymond Rimkus. We do have a doggy park scheduled at Shadow Mist, but as you all know, that's way on the other side of Bandera Road off of Grissom. And so he was just, saying that they're going to explore it and then bring it back for more input from the council. But I just thought I'd let you all know that, and thank Mr. Christensen and the Park Commission for their service. All right.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes.
I forgot, I was to give you a letter to read.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that for citizens to be heard? Okay, or whatever. Oh, okay. Thank you. This is from Jim Simmons, Project Superintendent at Oscar Renda Contracting. And they're the ones that handle the LC-17 flood control project right down off of El Verde Road. And it says, Kelly, Melinda, and David, I wanted to express my deepest gratitude, respect, and admiration to all of you for allowing our company to work in your city. We developed a very special relationship that is rare in today's society. Everyone worked together and enjoyed each other's company. I felt at home in Leon Valley. This was my home for 3 years, and I truly felt part of the community. Everyone's professionalism regarding the project was outstanding in every facet of the project and promotes the city's desire for excellence. Most cities and independent construction companies do not share this trust and camaraderie, but everyone associated with the city, from management to the workers, were always pleasant and eager to assist our company in any way possible. A special thank you to Albert. He was a wealth of knowledge and was always available at a moment's notice to help us with any issue. We apologize to the residents for any inconvenience regarding the construction project impact on their daily lives, but the outcome will greatly outweigh the inconvenience they experienced. This project removed them from the floodplain, eliminated damaging drainage, and provided them with a free space to enjoy, therefore allowing their home values to increase. It was our great pleasure to perform this work in your community. And this is Jim Simmons from Oscar Renda Contracting. And I believe Albert is Albert from the water company.
From Public Works.
Public Works,
Albert
yeah.
from Public Works is one he mentioned.
He's the head of the water division.
Albert San Miguel.
Yes, so thank you to them. Thank you. Glad to read that. All right, then moving to the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that would like to remove consent agenda items 6.1 or 6.2 for discussion? Hearing no one, may I please have a motion and a second?
I make a motion that we accept 6.1 and 6.2 as presented.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilor Rodriguez and a second by Councilor Alcacer to accept the consent agenda as presented, 6.1 and 6.2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving to agenda item number 7, 7.1, and then 7.2. These are second reads, and we will need to vote on these tonight. And so, Ms. Posley, if you'll please read 7.1.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council granting a specific use permit for outside storage at 5415 Bandera Road, providing repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Milan, my first question, and I guess this is what it is this an update from the last meeting, last first read?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. city attorney just stepped out, so hopefully he'll step back in a minute and he can help clarify. Since the last reading, we have a new city attorney, so he reviewed the ordinances that staff had provided, and he had some additional feedback on the ordinance language. And so I'll just give you all a quick recap. You know, this first specific use permit was allow for outside storage. The applicant's basically asking for two things for outside storage. One, they want to be able to store kind of shipping byproducts outside, like boxes, crates, things like that, just temporarily store them outside. Code doesn't currently allow for that unless you have an SUP. And they also wanted to be able to store vehicles outside temporarily, not permanently, but just temporarily, and more specifically, vehicles belonging, like contractor vehicles and vehicles belonging to the businesses and vehicles belonging to the employees. The code doesn't allow that. It just says transient, you know, your customers, employees, everybody needs to leave at the end of the day. So they're asking for those things. Staff didn't have any issues, didn't have any concerns with that. It's reasonable given the property and the uses over there, and the zoning commission also voted in favor of that. And the city attorney's just joining us again. He had just a few changes, and really what the changes concerned was to Section 1. So again, this is slightly different than the ordinance you saw on first read, so I wanted to bring this to your attention. His change was to Section 1 on the handout that I gave you, item number 2, which addresses motor vehicle storage restrictions. And I'll just go ahead and read it out. It says, the outside storage of motor vehicles shall be subject to the following. A, motor vehicles must be currently registered with the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles and be operational and travel on public streets. That's actually something that's in our code already, but it's good to have in the ordinance. No motor vehicle may be stored during non-business hours unless the motor vehicle is either one, registered in the name of the permittee or lessee of the permittee, which basically that's a way of saying an employee of the business entity that's leasing the business on the premises, or registered in the name of an employee who's taken the permittee or lessee's vehicle from the premises overnight. And so I just wanted to point those out, and that was the attorney's amendment. But I did get a chance to talk to the applicant too, and let him know, and he's got just a little bit of concern, I think, about the way this is worded and how the logistics would work from an enforcement standpoint with the police department. So, you know, I think I want to make sure he has a chance to get up, and maybe we can kind of talk about that a little bit more. And so just wanted to open up that conversation. From a staff level, staff does not have any concerns with employees' vehicles being temporarily stored overnight if somebody keeps it there overnight, and zoning commission didn't, and staff and the zoning commission did not have any concerns with contractor vehicles. So I think we're on second read, and I think we just kind of have a situation where the applicant wants a little bit more reassurance that this ordinance is going to be okay. They're not going to run into issues, and maybe we need to tighten that up. So I'm sorry for the inconvenience to have to not let this be an easy second read, but I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over to the applicant so he can kind of talk with y'all, and maybe the city attorney can help us with kind of wordsmithing this a little bit.
Good evening, Mr. Anderson, and welcome.
Bobby Anderson, represent the landlord, Miss Edna Nelson, at the property. I'm property manager and leasing agent. Our biggest concern, or my biggest concern with the language that's being added, is it's not enforceable. The reason being is all these businesses have many, many different types of employees that come and go. I mean, somebody may last a week, they leave, a new employee comes on for 6 months, they leave. And so our biggest concern is if the police are driving by monitoring and they run the plates, and the plates don't match up maybe to the LLC or the tenant's name in that area, they could potentially be ticketed or towed off the property. So this additional language really doesn't work for us because it's not enforceable. And if for some reason a police officer runs the plates and for some reason the plates don't match up to the business name, they could be towed off the property. So there's a ton of businesses coming and going in the center. There's a lot of employees coming and going. So.
Right. Okay. Mr. Erkan, if you could, yes, address that, because.
Yeah. And how is the way it was written, how is that enforceable?
The other way it's written through
Yes.
So generally that's going to be enforceable. I mean, that's not enforceable either, to be honest. I mean, the reality of it is we just want the ability for tenants not to have any issues with enforcement after hours. We have a lot of tenants that are there, till midnight, 1 a.m. in their businesses. And so you're right, the tenant employees' vehicles, you're right, it's hard to enforce that as well. We just want the ability to be able to have vehicles.
I guess the point is that the way it's written, the way it's changed is enforceable. It's just you fear that it could be enforced in a way that would be detrimental to your tenants or their employees.
Correct. Because
But the way it was proposed, it's not enforceable at all.
So the property, we have 48 tenants. It's office warehouse. They're coming and going all the time. And so right now in the B3 zone, you cannot have vehicles parked outside overnight. And so our major reason for doing this is to make sure that if there's a vehicle sitting there at 9 p.m., that we're not going to have any problems with the city towing it or ticketing it on the private property. So that's the reason why we went forward with this. If for some reason a police officer runs the plates, how are they going to verify that that's not an employee? I guess that's my question to you.
So the first answer is this, is that the police would not tow a vehicle on private property for violating a zoning code.
Please.
What about ticketing?
What the ramifications would be is that, there could be a citation, yes.
Yeah, so how do they know that vehicle is not an employee's vehicle? Because, there's multiple employees for every business there. And so if they run the plates and it doesn't match up to the sign on the building.
So how do they know that it's just vehicles that are stored there that are not employee vehicles? How is this going to be enforced? If we're truly going to have a provision that says that this vehicle storage shall not be permanent, how do you propose to enforce that?
That's a really good question. We just want to make sure our tenants are not being ticketed for being at the property after hours.
If they're ticketed then they can show that they were in compliance with the ordinance, the ticket would be dismissed. But right now, if you just say vehicle storage shall not be permanent and you don't have an enforceable provision, then you're really not being truthful with the statement that vehicle storage shall not be permanent.
This all came about when we had a tenant receive a ticket for having some pallets outside over during the day. So the police ticketed one of our tenants for having a pallet outside the space, and they said in the B3 zone you cannot have outside storage. And so the purpose for doing this is to be able to now have temporary outside storage of pallets and boxes, and along with that have the ability for tenants to be able to park their cars. How do you enforce it? I don't know. I don't know how you enforce it. But right now, HEB technically can't even have cars overnight. That's a B3 zone as well. And so there's...
So this is a special use permit, right?
Yeah.
So these are the rules that the special use permit falls under. And so if you abuse the terms of the special use permit, really there could be ramifications as to the continuation of the special use permit. And so all I want to be sure, if council understands that vehicle storage shall not be permanent, that's not enforceable, that section doesn't need to be there. But if it really is supposed to mean something, then we really need language similar to what I suggested. There may be different language that can be suggested. But if that's the purpose, is that vehicle storage shall not be permanent, we need some language that actually we can apply to ensure that vehicle storage is not permanent.
So could we make it more broad and just say that outside storage of vehicles is allowed, just as a broad term without saying it's tenant employees or tenant company vehicles?
Yeah. So I just want to make clear, I'm not trying to say how this property is used under the special use permit. All I'm saying is that in C, it says vehicle storage shall not be permanent. And if that's really the intent of council in passing this ordinance, I need to do what is, in my opinion, legally required to see that that's enforceable. And that's why I made the change. But that can be changed. What I've suggested is not the end all. There may be other suggestions. But if we're going to have that, we need to make it enforceable.
I would ask, how would yours be enforced? That is a question I would have.
Well, it's really simple. You would be able to do roster or something of the vehicles that are there, and you could just inquire as to, show us that that person actually works there. And if they don't, then the citation could be issued against the property for violation of the SUP.
With 48 tenants and hundreds of cars, that would be impossible.
Talking to me about the practicality of it, but if that's what the purpose of the provision is, to say vehicle storage shall not be permanent, we need to do something. And I think what happens typically on these cases is that enforcement is reactive, not proactive, and if there's a problem, then they start investigating. And so if there's a lot of vehicles that are, it seems like there's some vehicles stored that shouldn't be there, that's when the investigation would occur. But to tell me that you have too many vehicles to make this work, that's not an answer. Because if what the condition of the SUP is that vehicle storage shall not be permanent, then we need to have language in the ordinance that can be enforceable that relates to that statement.
I'd just like to clarify two things too. Maybe breaking down vehicle storage outside. There's really two main things. There's business vehicle storage, which is typically going to be like contractor vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
They have an ambulance company over there, so it might be an ambulance or two. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Anderson, that might be a little bit easier, because, to ensure that's probably the easier one. A lot of times the
And
contractor
that's the one we have,
vehicle
that we have an exception for that.
and so that might be easier. So maybe the bigger issue is, okay, it gets a little bit tougher when it comes to employee vehicles, how to figure that out. Or customer vehicles. So again, I'll just reiterate from a staff level, I think there's lots of situations where cars may be parked outside of the business, whether it's HEB or things. My car has been parked outside in the parking lot overnight before here. So I don't have any concerns with that. From a staff level, if council feels comfortable with that, I've mentioned it at my last presentation. I've been working with Mr. Anderson on a parking plan for the entire facility. And so we've really gotten into the details on the individual tenants. And that's something that the city, I have a chance to look at that every time he comes in with a new tenant with a certificate of occupancy. I have the chance to look at that and say, okay, have we been having systemic issues over time or something with people parking outside? So we'd have the chance. So just to clarify, I don't have any concerns with the employee parking.
And once again, I'm not. It doesn't matter to me whether C is in there or not. The question is, it says vehicle storage should not be permitted, and what is currently there, vehicles shall be transient with the exception of night or weekends, typically non-business hours when they may be stored outside. I don't know how you enforce that, and so when I discussed this with you, and you said that. You want to ensure that vehicles that were registered by the owner, the permittee, or their lessees, and vehicles that are owned by employees who take those vehicles overnight. That's what it says now. If we don't want to have vehicle storage, if we don't care about vehicle storage overnight or permanent, we just need to strike C.
And I appreciate you going and putting the provisions in there. My original attempt was to have some sort of enforcement mechanism in there, so I appreciate you
and I apologize.
that
I'm
up
just
to
being
something.
real candid, and that I just don't know how, the way it was currently written, how it would be enforceable. And so I'm not suggesting you have to have C in there, but I don't want the council to have an expectation that when it says vehicle storage shall not be permanent, that it doesn't mean what it says. And so maybe the solution is just continue this item and have some more deliberation on it. Or if it's not...
Maybe because the code does allow with an SUP to have outside storage, and so maybe we just make it more broad. Maybe we can discuss this and just make it more broad that says, we're applying for a continuous SUP that allows outside storage, and that's just what we're going to hopefully get from the council.
Once again,
just have it be an open, more of just a broader term for it.
Once again, I'm not trying to dictate what the terms of the SUP is. I'm just want to ensure that if the SUP provides language that there's an expectation that there's no vehicle outside storage, not be permanent, that we be able to enforce that.
Yeah. And I recommend everybody to drive through the property throughout the day or at night and just see that it's a large property. It doesn't, the cars parked overnight there does not affect anything at all, really. I mean, it's right behind HEB. HEB, probably they have cars that park there overnight that technically they shouldn't either. But it's just a large industrial property office warehouse. And so it's not like having cars there overnight, a couple cars here or there is going to really affect anybody at all. And so.
And again, just to clarify as well, I think kind of listening to some of the discussion, listening to the applicant, I think some of the biggest challenge with this maybe is coming up with something creative that addresses the employee parking, because I think the contractors, that's a little bit easier, right? It's going to have a name on the vehicle, and obviously that's always going to be registered to the business, but you may have a car that is driven by the employee and it may be registered to a spouse, but it still belongs to them. And so I think I can see that's some of his concerns. So I think it's a great idea to table this and come up with, just kind of put our heads together and come up with a way to address really that one item, which is really, I think, the sticking point is employee vehicles, how to better address that.
I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking, what about one of those tags that you put on your window? From that to me, the placard would be easier.
Really? Okay.
Have you all thought about that? Oh, I mean, it was just an idea as I'm sitting here. Then you can switch it from car to car, and then the police can see it. And okay.
Yeah, with the property this size, it's just, I mean, we have tenants coming and going every month, and so to have to give them these things to put on their car and make sure what if somebody forgets one or loses one, it's just very difficult.
Okay.
We feel like it doesn't hurt anybody to have cars parked outside overnight there. I mean, it doesn't affect anybody at all. And so with the SUP, with the continuous SUP being allowed to, not the continuous, but an SUP being allowed to have cars outside, the code allows it if we get an SUP. So that's all, I think that's what Brandon and I need to talk about, is just getting a broader term to have cars parked outside overnight. We don't have any car dealerships. We don't have anybody that's towing companies. We're not looking to store cars like that overnight. We're just looking to store registered vehicles, employees, maybe some customers, and the contractor vehicles, because we have HVAC companies, plumbing companies, electrical companies, paramedics. We have a lot of sign shops. We have so many different companies there, and 48 tenants. I mean, we can't, enforce anything like tags or anything like that. We really just can't do that.
So you have no opposition to tabling it and coming back with the...
Maybe yes, we're fine with that.
Okay, so you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, we do have some citizens that would like to address this. Good evening and welcome, Ms. Seifert.
Karen Seifert, and I have been on the Police Advisory Committee for a number of years. One of the questions or one of the problems that has occurred has been from Althea and Hodges, and I don't know how close you are to that.
Althea and Hodges, you're up the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
There were a number of complaints about vehicles and industrial stuff and gas smells and things that truly affected Hodges and Althea residents. So I just wanted to remind the council that there are homes where people would be affected. It's not that nobody will be affected. So, and also as far as tickets, my understanding is people get a warning and they can contact the police department from that first warning, and that can be taken care of immediately, over the phone even.
All right. Thank you for that input. Do appreciate it.
This property does not adjoin to any residential neighborhoods.
Right. That's right. You're pretty far down. You're pretty far up. You're closer.
We're the same lot line with HEB.
HEB, you're way up
we're
there.
We're right behind HEB.
Right. I know where you're at. Yes. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a little puzzled of what kind of problem we're trying to solve here. Can somebody tell me?
Outside storage.
So the ordinance, the SUP says vehicle storage shall not be permitted. So that statement's there. If they take it away, we don't have a problem. I don't know if council wants to take it away. But if you're going to leave that statement in there, you have to have language that's enforceable. And so
That makes sense.
What?
That makes sense.
So that's all it is.
So if they're there during the daytime hours, they're not considered being stored, but they're there over nighttime hours when it's dark, they're considered being stored when there's very few people in the area. I don't understand the problem. Why? We can take care of permanent storage in other ways, but you're trying to put tags or something on each individual car, or, I mean, why create all this? Let the man have his customers put their cars there and.
Once again, if the statement's there, we got to make it enforceable
I understand
somehow.
that. Why don't we just get rid of this statement? Why are we concerned about overnight vehicles parked in this industrial park? Is that somebody's running up somebody's flag that they've got to have a fix?
That's not a question for the lawyer.
Yeah, I'll let Mr.
I'm happy to
Vaughn.
clarify.
Yeah.
So in their zoning district, in the B3 zoning district, it doesn't allow for outside storage of anything other than retail merchandise. And it specifically says you may not store contractor vehicle outside. So basically you can't have vehicles unless they belong to your employees while they're working, or unless it's a customer that's driving there, but they need to leave. And so what he's trying to accomplish is being able to keep contractor vehicles outside, which the code does not allow, and so that's why he's coming for the SUP. So that's one aspect of vehicle storage. And then the other aspect is, a lot of times he has employees that maybe are taking a business vehicle home, and they might leave their personal vehicle, and it'll sit out there all weekend long. And so that's kind of an indicator to, if you were going to enforce that, okay, that vehicle's been out there for 3 days. It's probably not a customer, and it's clearly not an employee unless they've been working for 72 hours straight. And so that's why we have to address this through the ordinance to give him the permission to do those things. The contractor aspect is pretty easy. It's the employee vehicles that's really hard to pin down. And from an enforcement standpoint, the city attorney was trying to do that with create an enforcement mechanism as we should with things, but that one's just pretty tough. We just need to talk about that one a little bit more and come up with a more creative solution that works for the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps we need to go back. We need to go back to the zoning issue and start working on a solution there. In form of transparency, I was on the zoning commission for 13 years and the chair for 4. And I think we need to, as a council, you talked about trying to get this split resolved. Let's start working with these business people and trying to find a solution rather than giving a ticket for a pallet outside. That is hard to believe. So I would say let them work on a solution that takes care of everybody. Why do we care about these vehicles that are overnight?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I understand it's in the zoning, but maybe that needs to be changed.
Well, you're asking great questions. And so the zoning does need to be changed, and the zoning districts need to be changed, and probably over time we need a master plan that dictates creating new zoning districts throughout the city. And so to answer your question, why not change it right now? Well, his zoning, which is B3, which is surrounded by other B3 zonings and industrial zonings, that's pretty safe down there. So I'd say if you change the zoning, that wouldn't probably have an effect down there. But if you change the B3 zoning district to allow for outside storage everywhere, there's lots of places where B3 abuts residential in different places, so you can't just do a wholesale change. So we need to take a more surgical kind of approach. But you're bringing up good points.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Bowl.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I was actually just speaking with the applicant to ask a question of his. And as a security officer myself, I found that their property hires and retains the business of a security on their properties. We at various locations that I've worked at have actually had it to where we would allow the security officers work there all the time, so most times they know what vehicles should and shouldn't be there. We, as security officers on those properties, should have the ability to not just coordinate with the owners, but also with law enforcement. And this would go into what the company, which is the client, and the agreement they have with the security in their contract should allow them to be able to call after a set of 48 hours or so, exception of nights and weekends, to make a towing or a ticketing. We have that sort of infrastructure already at certain places that I've worked for and done myself. So when you talk about enforcement, not simply eliminating that C, but making sure that you have the ability to simply say that vehicles, and in fact, the recommendations are quite on point in terms of an industrial area for B3 zoning. They are spot on in terms of enforcement, and especially if you have a security company arm as an extension. So I speak from experience in saying that, and that the enforceable thing was as long as that security has the ability to communicate with the client as well as law enforcement, that law enforcement shouldn't automatically be taking the initiative in coming on the property and doing the ticketing or towing, and should allow outside storage as such.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bill. Yes, Chief?
So as far as B and C and A and all of what we're seeing up here, vehicle storage should not be permanent, as we're talking about. This would really be incumbent upon the management call us and saying there's an issue here, because my officers are not going to know whether that vehicle is temporary or permanent. There's no way for us to enforce that. I think this gives him the ability to call us and complain and say that vehicle's been out here for 4 days and it doesn't belong, and we want you to do something about it, and then we would do something about it. But if you take that away, then we have an issue with enforcing it for him. But there's really no way for me to know how long that vehicle's been here unless he or another management or somebody that owns that space or rents it or whatever, we're not going to know whether or not it's been permanent and how long it's been transient and all those things. We're not going to know. Right now, because the ordinance that's been under zoning for many, many years, the ordinance says you can't do it. The zoning says you can't do it at all. So it's easy. We go out there and we don't. We're not out there looking for this, believe me. And so if we see stuff overnight, then yes, they would know, but our guys are not out there looking for this. We got better things to do. So this really gives him some ability to call and say that vehicle's been here too long and we need you to do something. So I'm good either way. But I think you can leave C in there, just understanding that the only way we're going to be able to enforce it is him, the property owner, saying that there's a problem.
Okay, very good. All right. All right, one more comment.
Just to point out the last two comments there, we do use Smith Protective Services. They drive through the property 2 to 3 times a night. And then also we have a towing company. So if we do see a vehicle sitting for a while, we'll just tow it. I mean, so we've had to tow maybe one in the last couple of years, but I mean, we'll give the tenant a warning. We'll let them know. We'll ask around to make sure that it's nobody's vehicle. If we don't hear back within a day or two, we just tow the vehicle.
Okay, so. Very good. All right. So my understanding is we need to have a motion to table this to a date certain, or do you want it? Do you need a little bit more time, or is then 2 weeks would be all right? All right. So the date. So February 18th. All right. May I have a motion, please? Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we table item 7.1 until the next council meeting.
Okay.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Alcacer to table ordinance 7.1 to February 18th, 2020. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. We're moving then to 7.2, second read. Ms. Postley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council granting a continuous specific use permit for assembly, packing, manufacturing, and entertainment indoor use at 5415 Bandera Road, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. If you'll continue, please, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor and
Milano.
Council. No substantive changes on this in terms of the nature of the request. Again, the city attorney did review this item as well, and I have a copy of the change. What he changed on the ordinance from last reading was with regard to the boilerplate severability clause that we've had in a lot of our ordinances. He reviewed that, and I'll let him speak a little bit more to why he changed that, and I'll give you all the copy.
So the change, and what I'd recommend for all your zoning cases, the change where you now have a severability clause that says if any provision of this ordinance is found to be unconstitutional or violation of a statute, it will be deleted and the ordinance will go forward in full force and effect without that provision. Well, that is a great provision to have when you have an ordinance that you as a city council are adopting, for your police powers or something like that. But if you have an ordinance where you have a rezoning application that is made and you put certain conditions in that ordinance, you say you can have this special use permit if you do A, B, and C, the last thing you want to happen is for a applicant owner to, after the ordinance is passed, go down to the courthouse and say, I think C is unconstitutional, I want it removed. So our recommendation on these type of ordinances, you have a non-severability clause. So if the applicant owner challenges any provision in the ordinance, the whole ordinance fails and the property goes back to the zoning that it was in effect before the SUP was granted. And so that would be my recommendation.
Very good. All right. Any questions from the citizens and visitors in our chambers on this agenda item? All right, seeing none. Any questions or comments from our counselors? And if not, may I please have a motion to accept?
Make a motion to accept ordinance 7.2 as written on the new paper.
Okay.
I second.
We have a motion by Counselor Hody and a second by Counselor Alcacer to approve ordinance 7.2 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Now, on the regular agenda, I'd like, as presiding officer, to reorder what we have here. 8.2, I wanted, do we have the applicant here?
Yes.
Okay. That was the one that we wanted as 8.1 originally, so I'd like to hear the SUP presented first. And then 8.2 would be 8.3. 8.4 would be 8.3, and then 8.1 would be 8.4. Does that make sense? In other words, we'll do the elections. I think that might not take too long.
No.
And then the proposed home rule charter, and then the rest would remain the same. So, if there's no objections. Yes. 8.2 would now be 8.1. We'll hear from the SUP because they've been waiting since 6 o'clock and they're, I'm not sure what the DSs are. Thank you. I appreciate that. And we had originally put you at the top, so I wanted to honor that. And then going ahead and taking 8.3 next for 8.2, the election, and then the 8.4 as 8.3, the election, and then back to the home rule charter on 8.1, that would be 8.4, and then the rest would remain the same, if there's no objection. Okay, very good. If you'll continue. Oh, Ms. Postley, if you'll please read 8.2 as 8.1, please. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas Council granting a specific use permit for manufacturing at 5405 Bandera Road, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Milan, if you'll continue, please.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. I'll be brief since our applicant's been waiting for a few hours. This is a pretty straightforward specific use permit request. Pretty similar to the last one that we had. As you know, that in the B3 zoning district where this property is located, you're allowed to do a lot of commercial uses, but if you want to do manufacturing, that requires additional specific use permit approval. So that's exactly what they're requesting. The applicant is Alfonso Diaz Gutierrez. He is the owner of Alloplast LLC. He's not here this evening, but his representative, Mr. Arnold Becker, or Mr. Jacob, there you go, Mr. Arnold Jacob. I think Arnold Becker was a lawyer from LA Law, actually. There you go. I went there and it went to the recesses of the back of my mind. Arnie Becker, there you go. Well, he goes by Arnie, so that's why it messed me up. So my apologies. So he's here to represent the applicant, and their request is for a specific use permit for manufacturing. So their facility is actually right next to the facility that y'all just considered here. That's the West Loop Business Center, and this is the West Loop Distribution Center. They're both generally designed for the same uses, commercial warehouse types of uses. And so Alloplast LLC is a bottle manufacturer. And so what they do is they have facilities throughout the state. They have it's like a blow molding process where it starts out with a real small little plastic bottle. He could explain this more. And then they blow it up with air. And so that's generally the manufacturing process. They wholesale out of that facility as well. I understand from him they're looking to bring in total like about 15 jobs over time, which is great. And so they're planning to locate in the end cap right here, which is over by Evers Road. And this property spans the whole length of our Bandera Road and Evers Road. Large facility, it's got 145 square feet. And they're looking to, I've got the square footage, it's a pretty large space that they're looking to lease out. So there you go right there. That's their facility or their tenant suite. So like with any SUP, we look at surrounding uses. Is this compatible with surrounding uses? As we talked about with the last one previously, this area is pretty diverse. We've got a mix of uses out here. We have some churches, we have a school, we have a large retail facility, HEB. To the south, you've got you have the McCoy's Building Supply, Intertech, and then to the east you've got some undeveloped property, you've got some other industrial uses, so it's pretty diverse. Also, the property is located in the Commercial Industrial Overlay District, so from a policy standpoint, the council has previously decided this is an area where we see commercial and industrial uses thriving and being located. So staff's only kind of concern with a use like this is really noise. That's kind of the main thing. But we already have provisions in our nuisance ordinance that addresses noise, so we don't need to make sure to address that through an SUP. So with that, staff does not have any concerns, and the only recommendation staff has is that, like we do with all SUP requests, that the SUP be limited to the specific tenant suite, and that the exhibit that I showed with the lease spaces be adopted with the ordinance. So if they want to expand, make their use more intensive, they need to come back to the council and ask for that additional permission. So with that, staff recommended approval to the Zoning Commission. Zoning Commission recommended unanimous approval at their January 28th meeting, and happy to stand for any questions, and the applicant's here to answer your questions as well.
Very good.
Thank you.
We do have a public hearing on this particular agenda item, so let's hear from the public, and then we'll ask the counselors to weigh in on their questions. So at approximately 9:29 on Tuesday, February the 4th, if any citizen has a comment on this particular agenda item, please come forward. State your name and where you live. Thank you. Yes.
Karen Seifert, Grass Valley. And I'm looking at this property, and this is the one directly behind the houses on Althea and Hodges that they've had the complaints on in the past. So I just want you to think about it.
Could we get that picture up again, just its location in the general area? Okay, so to the right of, is that Althea?
Those houses right there, they had lots and lots and lots and lots of complaints about gas smells, and I don't know what happens with the production of bottles, but there was a lot of trash and a lot of other things that had to be, and it's been cleaned up. But those citizens deserve to be taken care of.
Thank you for that. That's a great thing to point out, and that's something that we always look at. And I think that's another reason why one of our conditions was in with these requests is always that the uses be conducted entirely indoors.
Okay.
And say they wanted to start storing things outside. Mr. Anderson asked if he can just have some shipping byproducts outside. If they started storing barrels of things outside, that's going to be a code issue, and we have all the legal ability to have that removed. And if there are noxious smells coming, I'm sure the fire department's going to get involved in that too, and we can take care of that at that point in time. But thanks for bringing that up.
All right. And excuse me, Ms. Joseph, may I hear from Mr. Jacob? I'm so sorry. I meant to ask you before I open up, but go ahead. Well, you're part of the public hearing.
I'm Martin
Okay.
Jacob.
Very good.
Alfonso's apologized for not being here. He's actually, they're moving back and forth to Mexico, so he apologized for not being able to be here today. There's basically some plastic nodes that are manufactured at other locations. So it comes in as a hard object. It's heated by the machine, and air is blown into it and pushed out into a mold. So there's virtually, there is no waste other than scrap of something that might be broken. There's no fumes again, there's nothing that's manufactured here. There's no liquid. It's a hard, comes in as a compact hard item and expanded into a mold. So there are no fumes or
Is there noise?
there's no noise. No.
No noise,
You
okay.
know, other than the slight noise of the machine moving the bottle along the process. No,
All right.
there's no mechanical do it. It's just very
Okay.
simple.
All right. Let me see if there's any other questions from our counselor since you're here. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, Ms. Joseph.
Mr. Jacob?
Mr. Jacob.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, she had a.
So
second
this
thought.
expansion of the plastic, have you ever opened a box where plastic has been stored? There is an odor. So does this cause any kind of odor that may be emitted to the outside where these residents can?
It's very, very, I can't say there'll be no odor because you're heating up plastic. Anytime you're heating anything, there's a small emission. So, but it's not, this shouldn't be anything that goes beyond from the machine itself. It certainly won't leave the space.
So there's nothing that funnels it outside, I'm sorry.
There's no emission stack or nothing. No, again,
Okay.
it's a self-contained machine where basically it looks like a big test tube is put into it and it's pushed through and heated. So again, anytime something's heated, there's some form of small emission, but it's not there's not a stack that's going to be going outside.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. What are these bottles or the plastic bottles that you're expanding being used for? Are they storing water? Or are they-
Ultimately, they'll be for water. They're basically being sold to HEB. In the expansion part two would be manufacturing cosmetics, which would be the same thing, manufacturing a small container and bringing product from Mexico to be fulfilled and distributed to its wholesale purchasers.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, Ms. Alcacer, did you have a question as well? I'm sorry, I didn't.
In my
thank you
exercise
for-
today.
Thank you for showing.
I thought I read that the big bottles were going to be filled with cosmetics, but
No,
that's
that'll be water.
a
Correct.
second procedure that you're doing. It's a different one than blowing up the bottles, and you're going to be.
We'll be coming back for that. That will be an expansion. They need to get a new additional lease space, which will, of course, will require a new SUP.
Okay, because that was, I don't know why that was included then, but okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Jacob, Ms. Joseph.
Hi. I'm concerned about the VOCs that will be admitted. Do you have any rating on that?
I do not have it.
Because if you are containing it within the facility, you're still exposing the employees to that, and I was wondering if you're going to provide any type of environmental protection for them.
And I'm not prepared to answer that today. I would.
Well, this is a first read, so maybe we could have the answer for the next, we have 2 reads. Thank you. Yes, sir. And welcome.
Cypher said there's a number of reports from the citizens on Althea and Hodges. Can we get a copy of those reports so we can see how many problems we actually have? Is that available?
Okay, maybe we could ask.
What is it, do the officers who are involved in the process have any comment on this? I mean, they surely would be making some kind of visit to the area if there's a report created, right, or to be put in the minutes.
I'm not aware of that, but maybe Ms. Kinsler, I
Sure.
don't know.
I think we're talking about 2 different kind of reports. You're insinuating that there's police reports, and that's not what Ms. Seifert said. Ms. Seifert said there's been reporting at the Home Rule Charter, at the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. Am I correct? Okay. So that's the kind of report she was talking about.
So that report is available somehow? I mean,
So
regardless where.
by report, she meant there's been discussions at the Citizens Police Advisory Committee, and so that maybe we could go back to the notes and look at
So we
those.
can maybe look at the minutes and see what
Sure.
the discussion involved?
I don't see why not.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
very good, thank you.
Question is this a 24-hour manufacturing process, or will it be 12-hour, or will it run 24 hours? We've got a housing development behind it, so.
I'll have to ask that question of them for sure, but it was supposed to be from normal business hours from 8 to 7. But I'll verify that and come back.
8 a.m. to 7 p.m., is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just want to be sure I heard that right. Very good. Yes, sir? Yes, you may.
Mayor
Chief?
Council, I understand there was a question about some of the complaints that came from the Althea Hodges area.
Yes, sir.
We did receive a few on the property. It was mainly actually their fence being down. There was one time somebody backed through the fence and they threw some trash over the fence, and about some pallets in the back that were in abundance. But most of what she was talking about is actually from the property kind of next door to them. Some big white trucks parked out back that most of the residents were complaining about. So there were a few complaints. They weren't the major part of what the complaints were, but there were just a couple of small ones.
Okay, very good. And, all right, anyone else? All right, seeing no one, then we will close the public hearing at, is that about 9:37? I'm looking at it kind of at an angle, so, all right, and this is our first read, so this will be on the February 18th, 2020 meeting for a second read, and we can get some of those questions answered at that time. Thank you. Then moving then to 8.3, which is now 8.2, discussion and possible action on a resolution of the City Council of the City of Leon Valley ordering and establishing procedures for a general election in the City of Leon Valley, Texas, to elect 3 council members, place 2, 4, and the office of the mayor by the qualified voters of the City of Leon Valley, authorizing the city manager to sign a joint election agreement with the Bexar County Elections Administrator for the conduct of said election and providing details relating to the conduct of holding the election, authorizing the use of the Leon Valley City Council chambers and the Leon Valley Conference Center on the 2nd day of May 2020 for Election Day voting, and the use of the Leon Valley Conference Center located at 6421 Evers Road, Leon Valley, Texas, 78238 for early voting, April 20th, 2020 through April 28th, 2020. And Ms. Posley, if you'll begin. Thank you.
Did you want to skip the Spanish
If
since we read it last
if
time?
that's okay, just because of the lateness in the hour, unless we are required. I think you said last time we didn't have to read it.
Right, we did, so I mean, I think it's okay.
Is that
And Mayor and Council, I'm
Think so.
sorry, I did separate this PowerPoint, but I can do it in one if that's okay, just to
Okay.
save some time.
Please
because
do.
I
So you
accidentally
mean
left it
do we need to
in
read
S1 anyway.
8.4 as well?
I mean, if
If we're going to
City Attorney Urquhart, is
No,
okay?
you can do the presentation. You're going to take action on these separately. So you can do the presentation with both
Together.
of them, but then you'll take
Okay.
action separately.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay, both of these resolutions are separate, of course, and they're to call a general and a special election. The first resolution would be to call a general election for place 2, 4, and the office of mayor. The second resolution would be to call a recall election for the purpose of submitting to the qualified voters of the city for adoption or rejection the question with respect to each individual whose removal is sought to be submitted for the vote to the citizens shall blank. I think we have it broken down now on here. Let me read it from the resolution. So the first one on the ballot would be, shall Donna Charles be removed from office, City Council Place 1 by recall, yes or no? And the other would be, shall Monica Alcacer be removed from office of City Council Place 3 by recall, yes or no? Purpose would be to continue to designate Jacqueline Callanan as the elections administrator, giving authorization to the city manager to enter into the contract as we have done in the past. The Bexar County Elections Department would staff the poll sites with the election judge, clerks, do all the training, provide all the equipment. We've talked about the election equipment in the past. The poll sites for early voting, I can go over all this again, but we just did this last week, but the poll sites and early voting election sites are City Hall, Leon Valley Conference Center, John Marshall High School, Leon Valley Elementary School, and one other, but I'm not sure which one that one's going to be. the Bear County Elections Department will handle all the publications in the newspaper. We will also put it in e-news, Lions Roar, website, and any other social media that we have. I think I already went over all that. And this, you can have ballot by mail, curbside, early voting, and election day are ways you can do your voting. And the city does have a does see a cost savings by doing a joint election. I don't have a total yet. There is a contract, a draft contract in the packet, but we won't be signing that because we need to find out how many entities will be canceling their elections before we have a final number. And that's all I have. I stand for questions.
Just a clarification, will this be the first election where you do not need to vote on Election Day in your precinct?
This is our first election. They started that in November.
Okay,
in
our
the
first
county.
election. Okay, so
Correct.
you can vote at Marshall, but you can vote anywhere in the
Yes,
county.
and that's early voting
and Election Day.
Election Day,
Okay.
you can go anywhere in the county.
Very good, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Posley from our residents and guests in our chambers on the election? Okay, seeing none. Any questions from the council? Okay. So we will need action on 8.2.
It's 8.2.
It's 8.3, but 3.
Well, it's 8.3 that I moved to 8.2. I know. Sorry.
I move that we do 8.2 or 3, whichever it is, as
Thank you.
proposed.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve the calling of the election for May 2nd for Council Member 2, 4, and the Mayor as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to the next agenda item, 8.4, which is 8.3, discussion and possible action on a resolution of the City Council of the City of Leon Valley ordering and establishing procedures for a special election to be held on the question to recall and remove Donna Charles, Council Place 1, and Monica Alcacer, Council Place 3, authorizing the city manager to sign a joint election agreement with the Bexar County Elections Administrator for the conduct of said elections and providing details relating to the conduct of holding the election, authorizing the use of the Leon Valley City Council chambers and the Leon Valley Conference Center on the 2nd day of May 2020 for Election Day voting, and for the use of the Leon Valley Conference Center located at 6421 Evers Road, Leon Valley, Texas 78238 for early voting, which is April 20th, 2020 through April 28th, 2020. And I believe you've already been through your presentation, so are there any questions from the chamber, citizens and guests? And then we'll hear from the counselors. Ms. Pesley, we've got 2 people lined up. Mr. Bowl, if you'll come forward, please. Thank you. Yes. Good evening. Again.
There we go. I'd first like to say that I would recommend that this go through, that over the course of time, it was seen fit by others to take the power out of the council to make this decision that rests solely with y'all, and in a sense to twist your arm into doing what it is they wanted. And by going to the courts rejected such motion because there was no precedent for it. In a sense, they were putting the cart before the horse. And I want to be the first to say that I do hope this the motion is made and that it goes through, but also that it shouldn't take fear-mongering and tactics of almost like mob style to force a council who is voted by us to represent us to make the decisions that y'all should be making, and those are decisions that we ourselves cannot put our hands in every single time. And so I appreciate the level-headedness of the council as a whole and through this process and an attempt to remain civil, factual, and not lower themselves to such divisiveness.
Okay.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. All right, yes. Yes,
Council,
yes,
if
ma'am.
I could, just to add one more thing.
Yes.
We did add this item back into the agenda before the meeting was even, we had, I think it was like 8:30. We added this item back into the agenda for this meeting tonight during the last meeting. The reason that it was tabled, I guess, was because Councilor Alcacer needed to leave, but it was added to the agenda that night. And we don't have to call this election, any of the elections, any of the three, until February 14th. So we did have time. I'm just going to
Okay,
add that.
thank you for that clarification. Mr. Yarnell.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As I remember, these two items were on the same agenda position at the last council meeting. Could I get the information as to the thought process of the separation, the reason for the separation, who made it?
Okay.
What was the thought process that involved?
I'm not sure.
The advice of the city attorney.
So it was posted illegally last time. Is that what the answer is?
No.
No. Mr.
Not at all.
Okay, do you wanna-
Charlie Zeck is who I.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
And no, not at all.
Okay, so it could be done either way. So what was the reason it was done this way?
Make it easier for you.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
So a resolution or an ordinance really should have one subject matter. In this case, the council has a duty to approve both. But if it was something that was discretionary, you had two subjects, like the general election and the special election. You know, someone might say, well, I like the general, but I don't like the special, or I like the special and I don't like the general.
Right, okay.
And so that's why the general rule is that you should have each subject in a separate resolution or ordinance. You know, in this case, you know, as you know, these items are ministerial, so that's not really exactly applicable, but the general rule still applies. Each subject should be in a separate ordinance or resolution.
So if they had been placed on tonight's agenda, it's the same as they were placed on the previous meeting's agenda, it would have been all right?
It would not have been unlawful, but it would have been, if you look at chapter, I think it's 54 of the Texas Local Government Code, where it talks about an ordinance should have one subject matter. You know, there's a question as to whether or not it would be one subject. So by doing it this way, there's no debate. There's one subject for one resolution. The general elections or ordinance. There's one subject for the general election, one item for the general election, and one for the special election.
So these are my words, not yours. It should have been separated on the last agenda, maybe?
That would have been the better practice,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Good evening and welcome.
So as I understand it, this is a ministerial duty. So that means it's in our charter that it will be done. So there is no reason for even other than to just get a rubber stamp on it, is my understanding. Am I incorrect on that?
I'll defer. Ministerial, that's probably a legal question.
So a ministerial act is more than a rubber stamp. A ministerial act, you have a duty to ensure that all the prerequisites for you to act has occurred. Another area where city councils and I think in this city's, the Planning and Zoning Commission, does a ministerial act is the approval of a plat. And so if the plat meets all the requisites of your code, then the Planning and Zoning Commissioners, in some cases the City Council, would have a ministerial duty to approve it. Doesn't mean a rubber stamp That means they can ask questions, they can, like in this case, the members of the council can ask questions to ensure that all the prerequisites have occurred, and if they did, then yes, they would.
So that according to our charter, as long as the petition was certified as sufficient, then we have met the requirements for a recall.
You've met the requirements for the recall, but there's other prerequisites as well, as far as the way the language in the ordinance has to be written. So yes, you've met that prerequisite, but there could be other prerequisites as well.
Okay. Would those prerequisites not be listed in our charter?
Well, no, there's the election code that would also apply.
Okay. So if we did not meet the election code, then why do we have a specific section in our charter, is my question on that. If we have an election code we have to meet.
No, let me
why
give you
isn't
an
that-
example, ma'am. What if you had the election set for a date that wasn't the exact election, the one that was set by state law? Wouldn't the council have a duty to say, no, I'm not going to approve that because the ordinance shows the wrong election date? That's the kind of things I'm talking about in the election code.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no other citizens that would like to speak on this agenda item, we'll move to Ms. Charles and then Councilor Rodriguez.
I would like to clarify something for my point before we even motion or vote on this or discuss this topic. There's a lawsuit pending against me for questioning my legitimacy of my election, and it's not solved yet. The lawsuit was filed by attorneys Cano and Riley in June last year, and it has not gone forward. So I'm still being questioned if I really should be sitting in this, and should I be on a recall?
I don't know, but there's a correction. Attorney Riley is not part of that lawsuit.
He signed a lot of papers I have, so.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I have them.
Until a judge says that you're not a council person, you are a council person. And so you are, for all intents and purposes, a counselor of the city of Leon Valley. And so you have a provision in your charter that says if a requisite number of citizens sign a petition and the city secretary certifies that, that's brought to you, and that the charter requires there be that you consider an order to call a recall. So the answer is yes, until a court says otherwise, you are a sitting counselor.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, Councilor Rodriguez.
I would just like to proceed forward and make a motion that we accept 8.3 as written.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Rodriguez and a second by Councilor Hody to approve agenda item 8.3, amended 8.3 on the recall election as presented. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Miss, is that right? You haven't spoken yet.
All right.
All right.
May I discuss each of the allegations at this time?
It's just the election.
Yes, ma'am. The purpose of this is just to call. It's not in any way an opinion on the validity of the allegations. It's to fulfill the duties and obligations under the charter. And I believe you're going to have an opportunity to do that at a public hearing to address the allegations in the future. So unfortunately, the caption the way we have it now would not allow a discussion of the actual allegations. And I will say for the record, the vote in favor of calling the election is not a vote that says that the counselor who makes such a vote believes the allegations to be true. It's just the counselors are fulfilling their ministerial duty to call this special election.
Thank you. Councilor Alcazar.
Yes, I'd like to say a couple of things. The first is that I requested the split, and when several times, because they aren't the same item. And when Ms. Pasolay presented, she even indicated they could be separate. And the last time the motion was premature, as was the lawsuit. The other thing I'd like to say is I never spoke to a single one of the council members for a month before the last item came up, this same item. Was before Christmas that I had spoken to any of them, other than superficially to Ms. Charles, and there was no collusion, no planning, nothing that happened the last meeting. So all of the information that has been portrayed is absolutely false. And I would appreciate your finding your facts before anything goes on. And if you had ever taken a moment to speak to me or the others, instead of racing through it and then filing a lawsuit on us, that was done by Mr. Cano. 4 or 5 lawsuits have been filed against us by Mr. Cano, who works with Darby Riley, who is the mayor's husband, and all of this has been done over and over for the past years. We'll talk more about it later, but this is a point of clarification for what happened last meeting and what is happening tonight. I will be abstaining from this vote because it relates to me, and I have been told previously when things relate to me, I should abstain. So that's for your information, and I thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Oh, where's Ms. Bass? Oh, there she is. Oh, Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
I would just like to say that it did appear that no second in the last meeting was planned. My counselor to my left, Mr. Hody, asks a lot of questions usually, especially of the attorney when he needs advice. And our attorney mentioned last time that he recommends somebody second the motion, and still he sat silently, as did the rest of you. And I want to read a part of an email that I received from Mr. Hody. Last time I put something on the agenda, and our city manager said it was inappropriate and asked the advice of our attorney, who then also said it is, he also agreed that it's inappropriate. And the part of the email said, I want Leon Valley City Hall to continue to be transparent as possible for residents, but based on the city attorney's email regarding this agenda item, I withdraw my second to it. I realize there is a charter-based process for a recall, and it should be adhered to. Sincerely, Matthew Hody. So it's interesting that at that time he said we should follow the charter and the process, but I did not see that at the last meeting, and we'll see what happens tonight.
Mr. Hody.
Mr. Khan, could you repeat what you had spoken about earlier, or I think you did? Or could you explain the process as far as when we have to absolutely place this
February
election?
14th. Yeah, that's the day that that's the drop dead date for placing this on, or approving this order.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Charles, Councilor Charles.
Yes, I would like to make this statement. I'm aware of misrepresentation about the petition. Not only was I could hear it personally when they were gathering signatures at the National Night Out event in Pavona Place.
Point of order.
Excuse me,
Mayor,
yeah. Remember, we
this is not
talked about, this
the-
is just calling the
I'm not
election.
talking about allegations. I'm talking about the petition itself.
But this is just
Petition
calling
is
the
not on the
election.
election.
This is just calling the election. So the allegations are.
I'm not talking about allegations.
Well, I guess I'm being asked. So the petition has been certified, and at this point in the process, you're simply ordering a special election. And I will reiterate, this is a procedure that's under your charter, and it's merely to order the election. by ordering the election, nobody is opining on the allegations that were made in the petition. You're merely fulfilling a ministerial duty to order the election. And so under TOMA, I would respectfully ask that we just stay on that subject.
Right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
I do have one more point. Yes, as Mr. Ercon pointed out, the absolutely last day to order the election is February 14th, correct?
Well, I'm going to go back to what I said just a moment ago. Instead of like parsing this, why don't we stay on what's...
I want to point out this is the last meeting, the last city council meeting before that date. So
unless you call it a special meeting, that would be
unless we
correct.
call a special meeting.
All right, very good. All right. Ms. Posley, would you please call the roll?
Mayor, hold on, can I make one
Oh,
comment?
yes,
before
I'm
we-
sorry. I did not see your hand. I apologize.
It's my finger.
Okay.
I guess I'm a little confused. If Mr. Erkan said we have until the 14th, that is the absolute drop dead day is what he said. And so we didn't do it last meeting. Now, we're taking care of it now. So what's the problem? It's still getting taken care of.
Yeah, that's what the Fourth Court of Appeals said. They said there's no problem.
Exactly.
All right. So if you'll call the roll, please.
Counselor Charles?
Abstain?
Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Counselor Alcacer?
I abstain.
Counselor Hody?
Yes.
And Counselor Bradshaw?
Yes.
Okay. The resolution is passed. 3 ayes and 2 abstentions.
I understand that everybody has, or there's 2 have abstained.
We have to sign stuff.
I don't know how that affects the signatures, City Attorney. I do need signatures 4. I'm going to pass these around, and I'll let him advise on those that have abstained.
Okay. All right. All right, so then while we're doing that, we can move to agenda item number 8.1. Presentation, discussion, and action on a proposed amendments to the Home Rule Charter. Are you doing that?
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay.
Let me see. They should just sign it and say abstain.
Okay. Thank you.
You're going to trust me
Good
with this?
evening, Mr. Erkan. So you're going to be presenting this item this
Whenever
evening?
you're ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see, I think we've got some signatures going here. So let's make sure we have everybody's attention first.
Oh, thanks, that's a good thing.
Okay, is that all right? Can you all still listen and everybody?
Or the mayor.
Okay, let's go ahead and
So-
start because it is after
Yeah,
10 p.m.
So as Crystal pointed out, we did this presentation the last meeting. And so the question is, do you want to go through it again, or do you want to discuss how you want to proceed with the charter amendments? Keeping in mind that your choices are for the charter amendments is to do absolutely nothing. Say we don't want any charter amendments. 2, you could adopt the charter amendments that your charter commission has recommended. 3, you could adopt some of the charter amendments your commission has recommended, not adopt others, and even include some charter amendments that you want, or 4, just adopt your own charter amendments that would not track the Charter Commission's recommendations. And so once you decide what you want to do, then we will, I think we're going to come back to a special call meeting where we will have a resolution and we'll include all that. I don't know where is our city secretary, because that's what she said.
Yeah, so we will need to call a special meeting between now and the 14th. We only need 3
Okay.
counselors there just to call the election for the home rule charter, because in order to call the election, you need to know what amendments you're going to have, and we don't know what amendments we're going to have.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, so that's why we need to call a special meeting between now and the 14th in order just to adopt whatever the council decides this evening.
All right.
So
very
I would
good.
be glad to go through the presentation again if you like, what the Charter Commission has recommended, but it's really at the pleasure of the council.
Okay. Crystal, could you summarize what the input was at the town hall meeting, please?
So the only thing that the residents were really against at the town hall meeting was the increase in votes from 300 to 500. For the most part, everything else, everybody seemed to be in favor of as far as the town hall meeting. It was the 2 slides on the 300 to 500. I can pull it.
I thought there was another.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
So that was actually not the votes, but the required signatures.
Correct.
On a
Petition.
petition on a referendum and initiative.
Yes, Your Honor.
The recall remained the same as, and was not addressed in this amendment, but,
Correct.
okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And those were the only 2, Crystal?
I was pulling it up, but
I
it
thought there
looks like
was
I
one
grabbed
more.
the 2019 ones instead of this 2020, so I can run and go get it really quickly.
Oh,
Run and go get it.
okay. Are you for or against amending the city charter, reducing?
So we could do it that way, like Mr. Arkan can go through each of the measures, so like the deletions and the adding the word "the." Are y'all for or against adding that? And then y'all take a vote on each measure, and we can just handle it that way and just go through them. And then if y'all have any additions, we can address the additions. If y'all have any deletions or that are not included in these measures, then y'all can propose them at that time for discussion. Whichever way council sees fit.
That sounds good.
I think
Well,
that we've
I think
heard
we've
them
gone through-
over and
yeah.
over
I mean,
again.
yeah, you've heard
That's
them
what I
4
think.
times, so unless y'all just want to, if y'all are good with the committee's recommendations, with the exception of those 2 items, and I can run and double check to make sure those are the only 2 that were.
No, ma'am, I'm not in agreement with that at
Okay,
all.
okay.
I'm in agreement to vote on each one as we go.
Okay,
I don't accept that at
Oh,
all.
okay. So
So
we
I
can
just
go-
want to go through item by item and vote yes or no and say why or add things or whatever.
all right, well, I mean, if the council's in consensus
All right,
with
is that
that.
the consensus of the council? All right.
Okay, go
All right,
ahead.
Very good.
Okay.
The show is yours.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Crystal. Thank you, council.
So
All
that's
right,
the
so
first one.
the first one is an amendment to the city charter changing the defined term of, quote, city, unquote, to, quote, the city, unquote, throughout the charter.
Yes, Councilor Hawkins.
I personally think it's very embarrassing to do that, and I don't want to tell the citizens they have to go and vote to say the city instead of city when there's virtually no meaning for it.
Councilor Alcacer, I agree. Very minuscule, very minor.
So can we take a vote on that one?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I don't, we can, so, all right. Is everybody
I
ready?
make a motion that we do not amend that provision.
And we need a second.
Oh, I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to not include this measure in the ballot in May for the amendment of the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The,
73% of the citizens were for changing it, that's why.
okay. Thank you. The motion passes 4 ayes and 1 nay. Thank you.
An amendment to the city charter deleting and amending provisions of the charter which are unnecessary or duplicate of state law.
And there's 3 slides in regards to that.
And if you look at the 1.02, it says the city shall have the power of local self-government to the fullest extent permitted by law. The other language is limiting, and I think that's why that recommendation was there. And then 4.01, the regular city election shall be held annually on the uniform election date in May or at such other times as may be specified by state law, at which time officers will be elected to fill those offices which become vacant that year. And so much of that is, within the purview of the election code.
Thank you.
Those are those.
Mayor.
The mayor needs to recognize you.
I'm sorry. Yes, Councilor Charles, I'm sorry. I was trying to sign in.
Okay.
run
I
the
move
meeting.
that we accept those amendments.
I had my hand up
Go ahead,
to
Councilor
object to
Alcacer.
reason to talk first.
Sorry about that.
I have a problem with eliminating some of the provisions because nobody goes to the Texas election code. We've been going by our charter. Now, in that provision, for example, well, we're starting with
1.02.
You've jumped from, if we go back to 102, a lot of the provisions, that's what it was about, that they're to letting people know we have these powers, not to eliminate and go look at another code. I don't mind having these in here. There's not a reason to take it out except for, let's see. There was only one that was, because it didn't apply to any law at all. I think all of 102 is good, all of 103. 202, we don't know anything about those provisions, and having to look to state law all the time, the ordinary citizen just can't do that.
Respectfully, Councilor Alcacer, let's look at B. It says the city shall have all the powers granted to cities by the laws of the state. C, all powers shall be exercised and enforced in a manner prescribed by laws of the state. 1.03, the city may exercise any and all powers and perform its functions and may participate in the financing thereof jointly in corporation by contract or otherwise with the government of Texas or any agency thereof, with the federal government or agency thereof, or with the government of the county, city, or political subdivision to accomplish any lawful purpose. And then you got 202, the city council shall have the full power to annex territory to the extent and to extend enlarge the city boundaries and to exchange areas with other municipalities. The first statement, I mean, it encompasses all of that. And I think that's why it was recommended that those be eliminated. The first three that I mentioned, they reference state law.
Right, I understand that, sir, but they don't reference what the state law is, and each item is different. Annexation is different, intergovernmental relations are different, and just having it spelled out on for our city.
So I'm going to suggest one other thing, and this is the reason why it's written the way it is that if you list all of those items, and there's an item not listed, and you can do it under state law, then you're prohibited from doing it because your charter doesn't allow it. But if it says, if you have the statement, the city shall have the power of local self-government to the fullest extent permitted by law, that is not limiting. That's giving you the ability to do whatever the state law will allow you to do. So I think that was the reason.
Well, I understood that, but it's just, with law as a background, people don't look, and you're allowed to do it, but now you have to go and say, where's the state law that says that? We have one council person that constantly says, show me the law.
I understand. So maybe that's, that's of more value than what's there, but I just wanted to explain to you why.
No, I understood that, but even if we were want to do that, then extent permitted by state law or the laws of Texas.
Yes,
I would recommend, but.
Okay, we have Mr. Johnson, who was on the Home Rule Charter Commission, that would like to say something.
Since we're at the point of taking votes, citizen input should be allowed at this point, is my opinion. The attorney, which was hired by the city to advise us on this, pointed out a very potential serious conflict. If the state law changes and is in conflict with what we have in our charter, we're really in a bad position. But by saying to the fullest extent of the state law, we eliminate all of those possibilities. I agree with Councilor Alcacer that most of the citizens aren't going to go do the research. But when it comes down to liability for the city, the advice of our attorney was to strike this to keep it from becoming a potential financial liability.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Ranell, did you want to speak on this particular measure? Okay, go ahead.
This item was opposed by many of us, myself personally, because my statement was, like Ms. Alcacer was saying, we as citizens don't carry the state law around in our pocket or know how to get most of this stuff. So why can't we say something that's similar as otherwise required in the state law at the end of some of these things? So if the state law is changed, that means that this charter would be changed. You'd be the one that would make the legal comment on that. So we can stay with the state law by saying, or otherwise required by the state law.
Okay.
We're not going to go to state law to find out all this information
Understand.
as citizens.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Urquhart, would that just add by state law at the first of that first sentence? Does that take care of it or no?
What I understood, and correct me if I'm wrong, what I understood you wanted to do is you wanted to keep the language that's stricken, but have some provision that says that unless otherwise affected by state law.
Changes, yeah.
Changed by state law. And so I just want to make sure everybody understands the breadth of this. This is, is it this one? This, is it that one? Yeah.
Are you pointing to something?
I'm looking at all three. I'm thinking there's 3 pages, right?
Oh, okay.
And so I want to. So the first B, I'm just saying this won't. What you're suggesting won't work for everything here, because it says the city shall have all the powers granted to cities by the laws of the state of Texas, or other laws together. So that's really saying the same thing as A. So I think we could eliminate B, right?
I could eliminate A and add some of those things that duplicate A, and they should be probably considered for elimination. But some of those things like annexation and a lawful.
Yeah, but let's talk. I mean, let's just talk about B. Let's say if we kept A and we would eliminate B, and then all powers shall be exercised and enforced in the manner prescribed by the laws of the state. C is covered by A, and then the city may exercise any of the powers performed.
I would rather eliminate A and keep B and C.
Right. A is the problem.
Right.
We don't.
Well, I will say this: if that's the direction council wants to go, we probably need to look at this closer, because I just want to show you, you've got 3 pages of changes, and as I forgot this gentleman's name.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson. As Mr. Johnson pointed out, Mr. Zek is said this is the most effective way of resolving changes, unbeknownst changes in state statute, is simply having that statement.
Well, Mr. Yarnell was also on the Charter Committee.
Right.
And so there were a lot of differences. The purpose is more to not have to look at all these state codes, but just to, as Mr. Yarnell was suggesting, and I think there is a provision somewhere in there that talks about if something changes and is not, if Texas law changes and we're not in conforming to it, then it goes by what Texas law is.
I'm not saying that you couldn't do that. I'm saying it's a complicated issue, and you've got 3 pages of things stricken through, and so I'm not prepared to answer that question tonight.
Okay. We have several other citizens, Mr. Bull and Ms. Riddle. Did you want to say something as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Council. Evan Bull. I'd first like to say that just so we don't get into the weeds of all this, this is to vote to put it on the ballot, and a lot of things that we went through, I personally don't believe should go on the ballot to convolute the ballot as it is. A lot of these things can be decided by the city council in terms of, like mentioned earlier, changing city to this city. When it comes to deleting duplicative language, let me tell you, from someone who didn't go to law school but made law his hobby, there's a nice app on phones that has all and every single Texas code. All you have to put in is a keyword in where you think it is. It'll take you right to it. Does that on the computer too. The law libraries have that. So I believe that we need to make these are very vague language already. And so as long as we maintain the city shall have the power of local government to the fullest extent of the permitted law, when people ask, well, whatever you're doing, it may or may not be against the law, well, you go directly to the language in the state codes that have that language, and if you need help deciphering it, there are people who can help you in San Antonio Law Library, and certainly Mr. Urcon here, who seems rather good at being able to articulate what the intent is here. So I believe we need to ensure that, 1, this is to see if it goes on the ballot. 2, I really don't think lots of this needs to go on the ballot in terms of the duplicative language and such, but we need to make the Home Rule Charter a lot easier to read. And as Councilwoman Alcacer had pointed out, she said somewhere in here there's a statement, and I think if we eliminate all this, you wouldn't need to say somewhere in here. You would be able to say, here it is right here.
All right,
So
thank you. Ms. Riddle, good evening and welcome.
Hi, Heather Riddle, Rusofi. I just wanted to, first of all, thank all of y'all for your tireless efforts and staying here late and all the work that you do, including all of our city employees who put effort into this, and the Home Rule Charter Commission who spent time working on it. I just wanted to remind everybody kind of what I said at the town hall meeting, was that there was no option for people who don't care. to choose, I don't care, or I don't know enough about it, or I'll leave it up to our legislators. There was only a yes and a no. So even though, yes, 76% or 72% voted for changing city to the city, is probably because, well, I'm not opposed to changing it. So yeah, I voted for it, but also if we don't have to put it on the ballot, I'm fine with that too. So I just wanted to reiterate, if there had been a third option, just a, I don't know, I have no opinion, something like that, we would have a more accurate reading of what people actually care about versus what they were just picking one out of a coin flip. Thank you.
Well taken, thank you. All right. Mr. Johnson?
One of the things that was William Johnson, Forest Oaks, one of the things that was discussed was by enumerating, as it is here, failure to enumerate is restrictive to our powers and could result in us not having item A, could result in a lawsuit saying the charter doesn't allow you to do that. It allows you to do da-da-da-da-da, but you can't do this because the charter doesn't say it. By leaving the language as clean as possible, there is no room for error. Okay. And so we don't have a potential conflict with changes in the state law. We discussed, well, go look at Texas local 551. Well, if they move it from 551, then the charter's in error. And if this goes up for a vote, now the only thing that goes up for a vote is what's beside the bullet. All the rest of that stuff doesn't go on the ballot to be voted on.
Okay, I think
it's just,
we've got the point. So
I've lost my train of
I
thought.
know. Bless your heart. It's getting late. That's why I'm thinking, boy, we're only on measure 2, and there's 34 of these.
I didn't want to turn this into a
till 2
long
o'clock,
debate,
yeah.
but I wanted to give you insight to the discussion
Well, thank you,
that
because
happened.
you were on the commission.
We spent a lot, 40 plus hours.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. Okay. So are we?
We had a motion on the floor, Donna Charles' motion just to
Accept the changes.
To accept the changes, but I don't know. I know
I don't think we had. I don't think we had a second.
I'll second it.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion to put this measure as presented on the ballot language. All those by Councilor Charles and Councilor Bradshaw seconded. All those in favor say aye. Oh,
aye.
Excuse me. Further discussion. That was my fault.
I
Excuse me.
requested, if we were to do that, the amendment that says, now it's gone.
Oh.
And of course, I think her amendment had died for lack of a second, but that's beside the point. But have the power of local self-government to the fullest extent permitted by the laws of the state of Texas. That was what I was requesting.
You mean on A?
Do you accept that, Ms. Charles?
Yes.
Do you accept that, Mr. Bradshaw?
That we're removing item A?
No, adding to it.
Adding by the state law.
I would recommend by the law, because we don't know what federal laws may be affected.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Permitted by law.
Well, then let's take B. I don't know.
So, yeah.
B is
I just find it
better
interesting that
provision.
the lawyer's advocating for less legalese, but.
I'm not, I'm advocating for B.
No, I mean, I'm saying that I'm trying to say, let's make the language understandable, and so, the city shall have the power of local self-government to the fullest extent permitted by law. That's a simple declarative statement. As Mr. Johnson pointed out, it doesn't limit you. And so you don't want to say by Texas law, you want to, maybe federal law that comes into play.
All right. So are you?
I'm for.
You're for.
No, I'm
Okay.
for, is it as it written?
As it is. Okay, so we have again, we're going to take the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
abstaining on
You're
that one.
abstaining on that one. So we have 4 ayes, is that correct? And 1 abstention? That's Ms. Alcacer? Okay, thank you. We'll move on.
This is the next one?
No.
No, I passed it. I missed it? My bad. I apologize.
There we go.
Okay. An amendment to the city charter providing that the city manager has the duty to answer to the city council for the execution of the laws of the administration of the government of the city. And it changes the mandatory word shall to has the duty in 1.01B.
And
Yes,
I
Counselor.
have the same objection to this one that I did to the city. Mr. Zek and you, Mr. Urquhart, indicated there's virtually no difference. And there's not a reason to put that on the ballot.
Yeah, the only thing I said is there's under the Texas government codes, rules of statutory construction, the word shall is mandatory. That was my observation.
And you, at the end, you will have definitions that you will be voting on, and shall is in that definition book, and it also means has the duty to. So if you.
I don't know why we have this one then, if we have
Right.
the
We do
definition.
not need it.
I think we need to simplify this,
Right.
not complicate it, but go ahead.
The reasoning on the committee was we wanted to make it shall, obviously has a problem of being interpreted by the average citizen. We wanted to make it explicitly clear that has the duty, which is the same meaning as shall. We wanted that wording in there.
Even if you have the definitions at the back?
So you didn't have to flip to the back to see what it was. This is the only place that we changed shall. And there was a lot of discussion both ways. The final decision was we make it very explicitly clear right here.
All right.
I don't agree with that, and I recommend that we vote no on that amendment.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I second.
We have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Bradshaw not to include this measure on the ballot for the Home Rule Charter Amendment. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is that unanimous? Okay. The motion does pass, 5 ayes and no nays. All right, moving on.
I got it.
Good. Thank you. An amendment to the city charter adding a new council member and providing the mayor the right to vote on all matters. So those are the provisions that allows that. And so if you do have a new council member, you would have a quorum would be 4 members of council, which would include the mayor, because the mayor would have the right to vote.
Yes, Counselor Alcacer.
I personally believe that at this time, adding any more council members is not a good idea for our city, and I make a motion that we not do any of these at this time.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Rodriguez not to put this measure on the ballot for May. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes. Abstain.
Abstained? Okay, so we have 3 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 abstention. All right, so it fails to be put on the ballot for next May. Okay, go ahead.
Is that the next one?
Do you mean it's not to be included?
It's not going to be included.
It passes
Yeah.
to not put it on the ballot.
Yes, it passes not to be put on the ballot.
The term limits, I'm sorry.
There you go, you're on
Okay. An amendment to the city charter providing for term limits. And I think it's 7 terms.
Okay. And again, if anybody, if you want to speak on this measure before the discussion, just raise your hand because it is late and I just want to try to get everybody's input. Thank you.
I just wanted to see what y'all's thoughts were on this one. Like, has any other council member stayed longer than the proposed term, or? If you
Mayor
feel like that's-
Baldridge served 10 years as mayor and 10 years as city council, 20 years.
So
Not,
would this
not
preclude that
concurrently.
happening?
I don't know. You know what I say term limits are, you vote the person in or you vote the person out. I mean, that's how I've always looked at it. But
This was a very contentious issue. It went through about 6 revisions. Term limits initially were discussed for 2 4-year terms. That has problems with how things happen in the city if you go beyond 2 years for your terms. It didn't pass when it was limited to 5 or to 6. It didn't pass when the discussion was not to have any at all. The compromise that came out of the committee was that 14 years was enough time for anyone to serve, whether it be as a councilor or as the mayor, and that if they are appointed, that burns one of the 7 terms, and you can only be appointed 1 time. That was the consensus of the group, and it passed by a surprising margin after all the discussion was had.
thank you. Let's see, Councilor Bradshaw.
So I do have a question. Does this count, the 7 terms, it says 7 terms on city council. So in your example, if somebody was a councilor for.
Council means mayor and councilor.
Right. Yes. So if they're council for 3 years or 3 terms, and then they could be mayor for 4 terms and they're done. That's it.
Correct. Under the,
Right.
under the
It's
proposal, that's
combined.
correct, yes.
Right.
And it's not retroactive.
Right.
Okay. Councilor Alcacer.
I don't agree that we should even, that was much more contentious than is being portrayed, and I don't agree that at this time that we should do anything with term limits, having them or have not having them, just leaving it the same. And I make a motion to that effect, not to include this on the May ballot.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez not to include this measure in the May 20 election on the Home Rule Charter Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have 4 ayes and 1 nay. Is that correct? All right, thank you. Next.
An amendment to the city charter clarifying the eligibility requirements for election or appointment to the city council.
All right. Any questions, comments? Yes,
Yes,
Councilor.
I had a question. I have no clue why that would have been, C would have been knocked out. I think it should remain in there and maybe clarified a little bit better. And I'd like to hear from Mr. Erkan how we can clarify that to make it like past, present, or future, or what language we could use to make it a little stronger.
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem Alcacer, what is it that, how do you believe it should?
Well, I'm not sure. I was saying if you're not in violation of any provision of the charter, I mean, if you're in violation, you shouldn't be able to be a candidate. Why would you take that out?
I'll defer to Mr. Johnson on that, but the way it's written now, just give me 1 second, Mr. Johnson. The way it's written now, it would be present tense. So if you had a past violation, that wouldn't necessarily apply. But
How would you include, that's my question to you, how would you include it so it would be clear as to past?
Let's see how it reads, the requirements, shall never have been in violation of any provision of the charter.
Well, I don't think never would help, but some, because
Okay.
I just wanted.
I'm not sure what you want. And so
Well,
if you want it all inclusive.
First, it should, why would it be taken out? Do you have any
Well, that's,
clue?
Mr. Johnson's going to answer that question.
Okay.
I can answer the question if you want to know how to make it read a certain way.
I would like to make it read a better way to be, so that it remains in and applies now and for maybe the past 2 years or 3 years. How would you
Oh,
do
well,
that?
tell me how many years you want to apply.
Well, let's say 3.
Shall not within the last 3 years be in violation of any provision of the charter.
Okay, that's
And I'm going to defer to Mr. Johnson for the explanation.
I'm sorry that my comments are annoying you, as based on your reaction. It was pointed out by Mr. Zeck that you can't be in violation of the charter if you're not on council. So this was, it made no sense at all. You have to be on the council, be in violation of the charter.
Well, I have a question about that, because number D says satisfy any other eligibility requirements prescribed by law for the office for which you are a candidate. So you're not a sitting council, you're a candidate.
But C has no effect or impact, because you cannot be violating the charter if you're not sitting on the dais.
Well, may I ask, if you had been a council member and you violated the charter and now you're not a council member, it does apply.
But
So
there's
you don't have
another-
to be sitting.
Isn't there another measure that addresses that? I thought there was.
I don't think so.
You're talking about
There was.
being removed by a 312 hearing?
No, I'm just talking about in general.
Oh, in
In the past, 1 year ago, 2 years ago, if you had found to be in violation as a sitting councilor of the charter, then that does apply. And now they want to be a candidate, so that should apply.
That's addressed in the section that covers 3.12. It's addressed in another section.
But it should be
specifically.
considered
This is
under
for-
qualifications also.
Right, and these are the qualifications to be a candidate.
All right.
You cannot be in violation. If you're a candidate, if you're in violation of the charter, then you're already going to be facing administrative hearing 3.12. So it's the point was made that it is of no effect if you put that line in there.
But if you say it not have violated, yes, it has an effect and it should stay.
All right, I would like
Counselor
to
Alcacer.
make a motion that we keep item C, because of course council people can run again while they're on council, and that item C be not in violation of any provision in this charter in the past 3 years, or within 3 years of filing for candidacy. Does that qualify, Mr. Urquhart?
Well,
If you
it
say
does-
the past 3 years and they have to,
Yes, so it qualifies to get what you want accomplished.
do you say the past 3 years, or is it?
I think if you say not in violation of any provision of this charter in the 3 years prior to your application for candidacy, that would be sufficient. I don't want to express a legal opinion on that right now, because I didn't know we were going to go. We weren't going to go that way, but you certainly can make that motion, and we'll look at it.
All right, I so move.
Hold on, just so that way y'all know, I mean, I don't, whatever y'all want to make the motion, but the next measure is to add the provision of a 2-year, if your office has been forfeited, which falls under the forfeiture portion, within 2 years.
That's a different provision.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
But I would like to add under qualifications too, number D, or E, or whatever it is.
Go back to the
Wait,
other
we've
one,
got to
please.
go back.
I'm sorry.
Okay. not have violated any provision of the Leon Valley Ethics Ordinance. Because ethics is not mentioned anywhere here, so I would like to have that as a qualification.
So I'll accept that amendment. Are you amending my motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I am.
So I just want to point out that courts have really give great deference to the ability to run for office. And so I'm not sure if a violation of the ethics ordinance would meet that threshold to prevent somebody from doing something that would be otherwise their constitutional right to do. And so I'm not saying that you can't do that. I'm just not prepared to answer that question.
But in the ethics ordinance, it contains violations of the charter.
Well, may as a later amendment, I'd like to add provisions from the ethics into the charter. Will that help? And I'll go back to my motion, just not be.
Okay, so I want you all to keep this in mind. I'm not trying to persuade you to do one thing or another, but I want you to keep this in mind, that when you put these qualifications in your charter, and you as the council rule that somebody's not qualified to run for office, there's going to be a court that's going to review that, and the court's going to weigh your ability, as a home rule city, to say who's qualified to serve as a city council member versus an individual's right to run for office. And so the more restrictive that you get, the greater the possibility that a court will say you've gone too far. And so I'm not prepared tonight to say where that's at, because I didn't anticipate you were going to go in this direction. I just want, whatever motion you make, we will look at it, and if there presents a problem, we'll let you know as soon as possible.
That's fine with me. I still would like it in there. And if it can't be in there, it can't be in there. But
yeah. So
Could you restate your motion, please?
That item C be left in and include not be in violation of any provision of this charter in the preceding 3 years of filing.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion by Councilor Alexander and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to include this measure in the Home Rule amended charter in keeping C with an addition of within the preceding 3 years, and then D would be satisfied. So all those, yes, further discussion.
Mayor, I kind of agree the path that it seems like our attorney is going down. We're adding extra qualifications for running for council, especially when you talk about throwing in the ethics ordinance, and you're holding all the citizens up to follow the ethics ordinance, which is meant for people who are serving in on the council or
That
staff.
did not get included, though, in her motion, the
I
ethics.
understand that, but I'm just pointing out, I think it's a slippery slope to go down that path. It almost reminds me of, you name all the presidents, then I'll let you vote. You can't be doing that kind of stuff.
Okay, but I understood you to say is if this measure as moved tonight passes, and you go back and you do your little
That's
research,
right.
then you would come back and say,
yes,
we can't include
I don't
it.
want, I don't want to put any fear that not to go forward with that amendment if that's what the council wants to do.
Right.
We'll look at it and let you know.
Okay. All right. One more comment, Ms. Joseph, real quick, and then we'll vote on this.
All right, and Joseph, I just want to clarify, are you trying to punish a citizen based on ethics that they perform prior to if they're running, or for some provision that you didn't do right according to the charter? Is that what you're saying? I don't quite understand what you're trying to accomplish.
May I respond?
Yes, you may.
In Councilor Alcacer's motion, she did not include ethics.
I know, but I'm talking about what you're trying to pass with this. Is that what you're trying to do? Is that you want to punish any citizen that is coming in to try to run for city council, but you're going back and looking at their previous history, which you should do, I mean, for criminal and that kind of stuff, but if you're talking about ethics, or, to me, you're violating the First Amendment.
Actually,
They're
C
talking-
was in the previous charter, so it's asking to leave it in there.
You still haven't answered my question. Is that what you're
I
trying
think
to
I
do?
did.
Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I'm trying to put C back in the amendment.
You
Okay.
still haven't answered it. Thank you.
All right, so we have, yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, no,
Mr.
go right ahead.
Ercon, could you explain what a yes, I understand with a yes vote, what is a no vote going to do? Is it going to be as it appears on the screen here, or nothing?
I'm sorry.
What
Motion was to amend this, right?
Well, I think what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to vote this in two votes. The first vote is the amendment, and the second vote is to vote on the measure as amended. Because the question is, are you going to accept this measure? And so the first thing you need, and then there was an amendment to add back C. So my recommendation is to vote on the amendment, which is to add C with the language in the last 3 years, or the preceding 3 years before the candidate files for election. You vote on that. If it passes, then you're going to vote on accepting the measure as amended. If it fails, you're just going to vote on accepting the measure as recommended by the commission.
That's 3 votes?
No, it's 2 votes. The first vote is going to be on the amendment. And so if the amendment passes, then you would vote on the measure as amended. If the amendment fails, you would just vote on the amendment, on the measure as recommended by the
So that
commission.
is 3 votes.
2 votes on the amendment, and then on the, it's
then as is.
3 possible outcomes, but there's only 2 votes.
Okay, all right.
Well, let's try it.
So we have a motion
So you
and a
would
second.
ask to vote on the amendment
First.
the amendment to add the language to C, and that would be the first vote.
All right, and just to clarify, Crystal, who was the move, Ms. Alcacer? Uh-huh. With the 3-year stipulation. Uh-huh. Okay, thank you. All right, so then all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Yes, no.
Is that 2 noes? All right, so the measure does pass. 3 ayes and 2 nays. We go back?
Yeah, just go back and now,
Just in case.
The measure as amended.
As amended,
Yes.
okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay. I didn't get that one either. I thought it was the same. It's getting late, y'all.
Very.
Whoa.
11 o'clock.
Okay.
Can we move on to the next one? An amendment to the city charter providing for a 2-year prohibition on holding office upon having forfeited an office of the city council. So if you forfeited your office, you can't run for 2 years.
Right. That was what I was thinking of
Yeah,
at
that
the
was
last
the one
time. Yeah.
that addresses,
Mhm,
I
right.
think now you have a 3rd year on the other side, so.
Right.
But this is a forfeit, an actual forfeit versus a violation. I think that's a difference.
Okay. I
But you see, number C is in this one.
Yeah, it just remained.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any questions or comments from any of our citizens or guests in the chambers? Yes, Mr. Yarnell.
Well, let me
Okay.
go, if I could go back
Yes,
to the
sir,
last
you
one.
may.
Let me say that, I think that's a typo because it's the same section. So C should be removed from that one as well.
But they didn't know whether or not you were going to adopt it according to Charlie,
Oh.
so you'll see that
Okay,
Because this measure only pertains to the forfeit of the office, not removing C.
good point. And so it depended on the vote on that, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Yarnell, what did you want to add?
Is a citizen permitted to ask a point of order? We're on number, Dr. Crystal, what are we on, 12?
No. 4 or 5. We are on number 6.
6, and we have 30?
Mm-hmm.
And we're
Before.
approaching 1 hour past the
I know.
stated cutoff time. As I understand it, y'all talked about having a special session, special meeting to vote on all this somehow, or?
It was just a special meeting to call the election.
They're called the election that we talked about
But
before.
we need to figure out this before we can call the election.
So we're in here for another, how many hours? We're into 6 and we got 30 to go? 30 total? Wow.
34.
Are we going to go all through it?
Well, unless we can reschedule to another date and
We need to
time.
reschedule twice because in order to call the election, we have to have the amendments.
Okay, well then, I guess we got to,
Is my understanding. Mr. O'Connor, am I correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, I concur.
So we're here till 2 o'clock?
okay. Well, let's just move as quickly as we can. How's that?
So I have a question, Mr. Urquhart.
Yes.
Does, E should be included in the prior one?
No,
This
because
would be a separate
because
one?
you could vote for, you could have wanted to vote for that, but not vote for that. And so they have to be separate. And so E's a separate item, and as Crystal pointed out, the reason C's still in there is because we did not know what you were going to vote on the preceding measure.
Okay.
So now that we just approved C, which says you
Gotcha.
can't be in violation of the charter for 3 years, now E says you can't be forfeited the city council within 2 years.
Right.
It seems duplicative to me that, if you forfeited your office and you can't apply for 2 years, but the other one prevents you from running for 3 years, assuming you're on the council and you violated the charter.
It does cover the same subject matter. I agree with that. I can think of an example. I assume you could be found to be in violation of the city charter and not have forfeited your office. And so, but it does cover the same subject matter. Yes, sir.
So we can make it consistent by the 3 years, if you want to do that. Anybody have a thought?
Should be consistent.
Okay, I make a motion that we do E with changing 2 years to 3 years.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Charles to adopt this measure for the May election, changing E from 2 years to 3 years. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Mr. Hody, did you have an aye? Okay, so that's 4 ayes and 1 nay. All right, thank you.
An amendment to the city charter providing the city council instead of the mayor shall approve an absence for a city council meeting. And this simply means you have a standing order on your agenda to cover this subject matter.
Mayor,
Yes, I'm sorry.
I would just
Go ahead.
recommend the language be changed in number 3 to city council, right there where it says mayor, so it'll be consistent.
We did that, didn't we?
No, up here, there's a mayor.
I mean, under
A council member or
Oh,
the...
mine's not. Okay.
Oh.
I
Mayor.
see. It was crossed out. Thank you.
Yeah,
It's
that's
late.
what I thought. Okay.
So I move that we accept this amendment as written. Oh, sorry.
I second.
All right, yes. Let me just do the motion and then further discussion, and I'll let you speak. I have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Charles to put this measure forth in the May 20th ballot. Any further discussion? Mr. Martinez, go ahead.
Attorney Martinez, this is one measure that should not be in this charter. The mayor, as the presiding officer of the council, should be the one to give excused absences. For example, let's say we don't like one of you people and you got sick or you couldn't be at a meeting, the council could declare that's not an excused absence. 3 times, you're booted out. So if they don't like you and you miss a meeting, whether you're sick or you're on vacation, taking your daughter to school, you could be removed from city council. The mayor should have the power to grant excused absences.
Okay, thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second on the table to include this as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay. Okay. Next one.
An amendment to the city charter clarifying when an investigation and hearing related to an alleged forfeiture of office occurs.
All right.
Simply clarifying is alleged to violate rather than the conclusory language violates.
Mm-hmm.
So just clarification.
Okay, thank you.
I make a motion that we approve this one as amended.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve this measure in the May ballot language for the charter. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Mayor, I just had a quick question.
Yes.
I'm okay with the vote, but the 60 days, I know I had asked, I don't know if it was Mr. Zek or it was you, Mr. Arcon, about the 60 days. I don't know if y'all had said that there was going to be something further down, that if it didn't happen within the 60 days.
I'm sorry, it wasn't me. What, your question was, the hearing
Yeah.
shall be held within 60 days of the city council as a body learning of the violation. Well, it's a mandate on the city council, so somebody could mandamus the city council to actually go forward with that.
All right, thank you.
But I think she meant, maybe yes and maybe no, that if it doesn't happen within 60 days, what's the consequence? There should be maybe another provision that if there's a reason for not doing it in 60 days.
So Charlie's response is, it would be considered a violation of the charter and enforced in district court by someone with standing. Otherwise, no legal consequences, just political consequences for failing to follow the charter.
Yeah, that's exactly
Well,
right.
then we need to add something to it. Because there are reasons that you can't do it. Now, there's a later provision.
Already been passed.
Yeah, I thought we had already passed
If you
it.
put excuses in there, then you're not going to afford people with standing the ability to enforce this.
Okay, well, there's a provision coming up on that, so maybe we can do it there.
Okay, because we had already passed it and it was unanimous, and then you had asked a question, so I
Right,
just
but this
wanted
is
to-
an addition. It doesn't, this is talking about
Oh,
a
this is
different
another
subject.
measure. Okay, you want to add a measure. Okay,
Well,
gotcha.
you're right, it's a possibility, but
Okay.
we'll wait till the next one comes
All right.
up. There's another one.
All right, very good. Next one?
Did
Oh,
you take a
yes.
vote on this one?
We didn't vote.
We did vote on it.
Did we?
It
No,
was,
we didn't.
it was unanimous. Mr. Pohl?
All right, thank y'all. May I make a suggestion for the sake of all of us, and I've actually ordered pizza because of this. I would like to remind the council that this is just either get it on the ballot or not. I know some of us have disagreements about the wording and would like it changed. I would say if you don't want it on the ballot, vote no against it, or at least say why you're going to say it, and that it should be tabled for further discussion. And I would say make notes about where you'd like that changed. And I would personally host a special meeting for that, obviously including the Home Rule Charter Committee, to ensure that everyone's in agreement on that. But right now, it's just to get it on the ballot or not on the ballot. And if it's not on the ballot, it's up for, no true decision. So I think just to save time tonight, I'd like everyone to maintain that mindset.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Okay,
Your Honor,
next
may I
one.
go to the next one?
Yes, please.
An amendment to the city charter providing that should a council member or mayor fail to continuously reside within the city limits during their term, the term of office, they shall forfeit their office.
All right.
I move that we accept this.
I second.
A motion by Councilor Alcacer, second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve this measure for the May ballot for the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you.
An amendment to the city charter providing that when vacancy on city council with an unexpired term of more than 16 months occur, it shall be filled by special election on the first uniform election date authorized by law, and that all other vacancies may be either be left vacant for the remainder of the unexpired term, filled by appointment upon an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the entire city council, or filled by special election.
I move that we not make this, there's no reason for the change from 12 to 16 to me. That we not put this on the, change on the ballot.
I second.
We have okay.
There's
Mr.
extended
Johnson.
discussion about people forfeiting office and conflicts that occur if we limit it. There were at least 3 situations that could arise where the 12-month limit was restrictive to the council, and this alleviates all 3 of those situations. Exactly what they were, it's late, I do not remember them at this time.
Okay.
But there was a very extended discussion as to how far we had to back that up to make sure that those things didn't occur and didn't hamper or give us a city council that was stripped of 1 or 2 members.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez not to put this measure on the ballot in May. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Was that a no, Mr. Hody?
Yes, it was.
All right. The measure passes 3 ayes and 2 noes. Next.
An amendment of the city charter requiring a member of city council who is convicted of a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude, a violation of any state law regulating conflicts of interest of municipal officers, a felony, or who is assessed a deferred adjudication or probation for a felony, or any state law regarding conflicts of interest of municipal officers, to self-report the violation within 10 working days of the conviction, deferred adjudication, or probation, with failure to do so resulting in an automatic forfeiture of their office.
I move that we accept this.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to accept this measure for the May ballot on the Home Rule Charter. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter prohibiting the city council from approving an appointment of a prior city council member to a paid city position within 3 years after the expiration of their term.
Okay.
I have a question on this one.
All right.
Since we only appoint the manager, it would only apply to the manager.
If that's the only person you appoint under your charter, that's the only person it would apply to.
Okay, I move that we accept this.
I second.
We have a motion by Counselor Alcazar and a second by Counselor Charles to approve this measure for the May ballot at the Home Rule Charter. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry unanimously.
An amendment to the city charter prohibiting individual members of city council from releasing attorney-client privilege information and requiring that a waiver of the attorney-client privilege be approved by a vote of 2/3 of the entire city council.
I move that we accept this and put it on the ballot.
I second.
We have a motion by Counselor Alcazar and a second by Counselor Charles to include this measure in the May ballot for the Home Rule Charter. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry unanimously.
An amendment to the city charter defining when an individual city council member is authorized to conduct inquiries and investigations.
Yes, Counselor Bradshaw.
I do have an issue with this one. This is one I brought up too at the town hall meeting. The way that it reads currently, it says, except for the purpose of inquiries and investigations, and then unless otherwise provided for in this charter, the city council as a whole and its individual members shall deal with officers. But now we're adding inquiries and investigations conducted pursuant to section 312 of this charter, other investigations and inquiries approved by the council. Then it becomes illegal to inquire or investigate anything without the authorization of the city manager. So, for instance, if I were to say, Crystal, what time is it? I just made an inquiry to her, and I would be in violation of this section.
Well, was the inquiry defined later on?
It's inquiries and investigations approved by the council. So I have to say.
You meant in the definitions, right?
Oh, in the
Yes.
definitions. I thought you meant in this
No,
part. Sorry.
inquiries is not defined? Okay.
Not.
That might be where we... Okay, Mr. Johnson?
There was discussion of this, that in a council meeting, councilors can make requests of the employees of the city because the consent is being implied, is implicit, because the city manager is in attendance or her designated representative. The intent of this was if the city council wished to perform an investigation, they could vote to proceed with an investigation and allow a member or members of the city council to discuss with city employees without having to go through the city manager. And it was only that situation that it applied to. And as Mr. Zeck pointed out, the intent of this is the record of the discussion that we had in the Charter Review Committee meeting video, that any interpretation of it, the intent is contained within that video, and that would become legal standing. So anyone that's concerned about anything else, all this does is authorize the city council to pass a motion saying we want to investigate this situation, and then councilors or the council as a whole may do that with employees of the city without having to engage the city manager. But that requires a motion by the council.
I think this is adding a terrible burden to the council, and I move that we not add this provision to the ballot.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Alcazar and a second by Counselor Bradshaw not to add this measure to the May ballot. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you.
An amendment to the city charter providing a process for how council members may place an item on the agenda.
Okay.
I move that we accept this.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Charles to accept this measure in the Home Rule Charter for the May election. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter authorizing the city attorney to place items on the city council agenda.
I move that we accept this.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Hody to adopt this measure for the May ballot. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter prohibiting the city council from amending rules for hearings on forfeiture of office within 90 days of a complaint being filed.
I move that we accept this.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilor Charles and a second by Councilor Alcacer to include this measure in the May 20th amendment for the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter deleting the prohibition on public comments during forfeiture of office hearings.
I move that we accept this.
A second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to accept this measure for the amendments to the May ballot for the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving on.
An amendment to the city charter requiring allegations of violations of section 3.08 or 3.09 of the city charter be filed with the mayor or city manager in writing, be placed on the next available regular city council meeting, and that all members of city council be notified of the allegations within 24 hours.
I move that we accept this amendment.
I have a question before.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. And there's discussion now. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question before the second,
sorry.
Mayor. I'm sorry. Point of order.
I'll unsecond.
Sorry about that, Chief. Just
I-
tired.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Per Robert's rules, I don't think we can discuss it if there's no second. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I had a question about it. That's why I said before there was a second.
So I don't know what the difference, I mean, a question about the,
Yeah, well, that's, the mayor's the
I went ahead
parliamentarian,
and-
she'd have to make that call.
okay.
I always think you have to have a motion and a second before we discuss, but question, okay, go ahead.
My question was, can this be accomplished by simply taking out the next regular city council and leaving it at, be placed on that all members of city council be notified within 24 hours? I don't see a reason for it to be placed on the next available regular city council meeting. So,
That's not a legal issue, that's a policy decision.
okay, well, that's what if there's going to be a motion on it, that's what I would like it to be.
Okay, Mr. Hody, I'll go back to you. You moved and Ms. Catherine Rodriguez seconded. So do you accept the amendment or do you want to leave it? Yes, you do.
Yes.
Okay, so then we're going to delete placed on the next available regular city council meeting? Is that what,
Yes.
in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act for consideration by the council, that? Okay, so we have a motion, an amended motion by Councilor Hody and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to accept this measure with the deletion of be placed on the next available regular city council meeting in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act for consideration by city council in the May ballot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you.
This measure is only effective if adopted if the measure regarding adding a council member fails. And it's an amendment to the city charter providing that 3 council members constitute a quorum for conducting business.
Okay.
You have 6. I can't remember, did we?
Yeah, that did not pass,
Did
and
not
so we
pass.
would need to vote on this.
So this one, I think you need to act on this one then.
Oh, yeah, that we do.
Is
Yeah, we
only
do.
effective if adopted if the measure regarding adding a city council member fails. You don't have that measure.
Right, it failed, so they.
It failed.
You have to vote on this one. Yes, that's correct.
I move we pass this as written.
Well, I have a question.
Okay, let's get the question, and before we get the
Okay.
second, go ahead.
Right now, 3 council people constitute a quorum. Why is this even in there? I mean, what's the amendment? Is this a...
I don't have 3.13 in front of me. I don't know. I can't answer that question.
I have it somewhere.
So
This is for
questions of
5
what
members.
constituted as a quorum came up during the workshop, and so the committee wanted to clarify what a quorum meant.
Okay, it looks like this is an added provision because there is no 3.13.
Correct, it is a completely added provision.
Okay. All right, then whoever...
Mr. Bradshaw moved to put this measure on the ballot.
Second.
And Councilor Alcazar seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving on to the next measure.
An amendment to the city charter amending how a tie is resolved in an election for consistency with state law.
I move that we accept.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Alcazar and a second by Councilor Charles to accept this measure for the May ballot in the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter requiring a 2/3 vote of city council to fix the compensation of the city manager.
I move we pass this as written.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Hody to approve this measure as presented for the May ballot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter providing that the presiding judge and any associate judges of the municipal court may be removed by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the city council.
I move we accept this amendment.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Charles and a second by Councilor Alcazar to approve this measure for the May ballot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter authorizing a designee to the city secretary to issue a certificate of sufficiency to a petitioner committee.
I move we accept.
A second.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a question.
No,
Go ahead.
well, just a point, I think secretaries in my copy, maybe did you correct it already? Yeah, secretaries is spelled wrong. It should be secretaries apostrophe S, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. We have a motion by Councilor Alcazar and a second by Councilor Charles to accept this measure for the May ballot. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you.
An amendment to the city charter extending the time for a council member to request a public hearing on a recall petition from 5 working days to 10 working days.
I move we accept.
A second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcazar and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to include this measure in the May ballot for the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter giving discretion to an individual subject to recall as to when a public hearing should be held on their recall.
I move that we accept this amendment.
Yes. Okay, okay, go ahead. Before we get a second, we'll...
How did we skip from 3 something all the way to 6? We've gone past 5:02. which I have a question about. I realize I'm a little late because I didn't realize we were going to
We
skip
didn't have a
through.
502, I don't
I
believe.
realize that, but I have a letter here that I sent to each council person asking for a response.
Oh,
And I received
502 is the judges.
Huh?
502 is the judges.
502.
Yeah. we just-
502B is,
Oh, this was just C.
okay, 502D is hiring of the city secretary. And I'll
Oh,
ask,
that's not one of the measures.
oh, that comes
Yeah,
later.
at the end, right.
Oh, we
Right,
get-
right, right.
oh.
Yeah,
Is
at
that,
the
is that
end.
when we get our pizza or?
I don't know.
Right.
Okay. So we have on this measure, unless there's another comment or question on the public hearing regarding the recall petition, I have a motion, but I don't have a second.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Right,
we have a motion by Donna Charles and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to include this measure in the May ballot for the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An
Next.
amendment to the city charter changing the minimum number of signatures necessary to submit an initiative petition from 300 registered voters to 500 registered voters.
Okay.
I move that we accept.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, and there's discussion. Yes, Counselor.
Mayor, this is one of the ones that the citizens of the town hall voted against. There was only 3 or 4. I have this as written, one of them, that they voted against adding this as an initiative.
56% were against, 43%.
Okay. Mr. Johnson.
The discussion that occurred was that the dissenting opinion for including this was that it placed a significantly greater burden for recall and initiative upon the citizens. That it was understandable to have 500 for, I said recall it, for
initiative,
referendum and initiative. It was understandable to have 500 for recall, but to have 500 for initiative and referendum made the burden excessive. That was the dissenting opinion. But there was passed to place it on your agenda here. So.
All right, thank you for that. All right, so we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Rodriguez to include this measure in the May ballot for the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay.
An amendment to the city charter reducing the waiting period for resubmitting a previously failed initiative from 2 years to 1 year.
I move that we not accept this one. I think that's going against the citizens.
I second.
We have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Charles to not include this in the
Right.
May election, May ballot for the Home Rule Charter. Any further discussion? Yes, Counselor
What is the comment that this is going against the citizens?
I don't know.
understand.
I wasn't
Well,
sure.
they have, you're saying somebody has done it, means we can have something every year. I think it's wrong if they've already submitted, it's been voted on, has been defeated at an election, why do we put it 1 year later? That's what I'm saying. The citizens already voted it down, let 2 years pass.
Okay. All right, so all those in favor of not submitting this measure to them on the May ballot for the Home Rule Charter, say aye.
Aye.
Any who oppose that, say nay. Okay, so it's I didn't know what we were going to do here. Okay, Crystal, that passed unanimously. Okay, to not put it on the ballot. Yes, ma'am. That was, okay, the next one, please.
Yes, Your Honor. An amendment to the city charter changing the minimum number of signatures necessary to submit a referendum petition, 300 registered voters to 500 registered voters.
I move we accept.
I second.
We have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Charles to include this on the May ballot. I had a question. Crystal, what was the percentage at the town hall meeting? Because
34.15% were for putting this on the ballot, 65.85% were against putting it on.
okay, I wanted to make that note. Okay. So, all those in favor for putting this, yes, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, go ahead. Mr. Johnson.
By changing all three of the powers granted to the home rule, which is initiative, referendum, and recall, to 500, we still have a problem in that the city secretary has only 45 days, I don't remember exactly, but the city secretary has a shorter time period for initiative and referendum to validate the same signatures, same number of signatures that she has to validate for a recall.
Really?
Because the language is not addressed. So we're increasing the number of signatures required. We've already done it on initiative. Now we're doing it on referendum, but we're not allowing the city secretary to have the time that she has for the same number of signatures with a recall. Just wanted to point that out, make that something for you to consider.
Okay. I don't hear any amendments, so we do have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Charles to include this measure in the May ballot for the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion passes 4 ayes and 1 nay.
An amendment to the city charter reducing the time for city council to reinstitute an ordinance repealed by referendum from 3 years to 2 years.
I move that we not do this for the same reason as the other one.
I second. This was another one, my records show that the citizens voted against.
That is correct. 42% were for and 56 were.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Bradshaw not to include this measure in the May election for Home Rule Charter Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter reducing the time for city council to amend or repeal an initiative ordinance from 3 years to 2 years.
I move that we not put it on the ballot for the same reason.
I second for the same reason.
All right.
Then just for the record, at the town hall meeting, 60%
60-40.
were against and 39% were for.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Bradshaw not to include this measure in the May ballot for the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right. Thank you.
An amendment to the city charter prohibiting the favoring or discrimination in the removal and appointments to city positions or offices
that must be
based
something
on
else.
gender,
No, there's
sexual
something.
orientation, or legally protected classes.
I move we accept this.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Hody to accept this measure for the May ballot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter providing for definitions of certain words and phrases.
I move that we accept this amendment or place it on the ballot.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Charles and a second by Councilor Alcacer to include this measure in the May 2020 ballot for Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
An amendment to the city charter requiring the charter to be translated into Spanish and authorizing the translation into other languages.
Move we accept this.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Alcacer to include this measure in the May 20 ballot for the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
What happened?
And that's it.
Hey,
Well,
thank God.
I guess the next phase would be additional measures that
So
you want
any
to,
additional
from the
measures you
council.
would like to?
Yeah, exactly.
You
So,
thought it was over.
okay, so I guess we need to hear from the citizens first, and then if you have any suggestions, and then second from us, then that's how we've been doing it. Okay. Mr. Johnson?
I'd like to address saving the city secretary's eyes and sanity in section 6.03 on page 17 of the current charter. It says this is initiative, referendum, and recall petition process. It says within 30 calendar days after a petition for initiative or referendum and 45 calendar days after a petition for recall, you've got the same number of signatures to be validated, but you have only 2/3 the amount of time for initiative and referendum. If we're going to carry 500 signatures, let's make it 45 days for both.
I move that we accept.
Well, you have to make a.
I move that we accept it, put it on the
30 to
ballot.
45 days. I got it in 6.03. Do I have a second? I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by
3A.
Council.
Make it 45 calendar days.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to change section 6.03 to 45 days for both initiative and recall.
It's 6.03.
Referendum.
603A? Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right, anything else?
Jenny Martinez. Let's see. I think amendment needs to be made to have the city attorney be hired for and work for the city council and not the city manager. That could alleviate some issues with the city attorney working for the city manager, and if there's a problem with the city, a complaint against the city manager, now the attorney's conflicted, and now you have to hire another attorney to take his place.
Okay.
As a point of clarification, the city attorney works for the city of Leon Valley, and the city council adopts policies for the city. So we don't work for the city manager. We're appointed by the city manager and subject to the city council approval, but we work for the city of Leon Valley as through the city council.
That's not the way the charter reads right now.
I can tell you, I don't believe that's correct. I believe, well, how does the charter read?
I don't have it in front of me, but the way it used to be, the city council hired the city attorney.
Yeah, so that's correct. The city manager hires subject to the city council's approval.
No, it isn't.
That's the way it reads in the current charter.
I just read it today.
Yeah, that's
So
the way it
I
reads
know
in the
that's how it
current
reads. But just because the city manager hires the city attorney, I want everybody to understand this. The city attorney's office does not work for the city manager. The city attorney's office works for the city of Leon Valley.
And why not just pass it and streamline it and make it like it was before? The city attorney is hired and works for the city council, and take it away from the city manager.
Mr. Zeck pointed out that there's really no significant difference between the wiring diagram as it is right now, or putting the city attorney under the city council as opposed to city manager, with one significant exception. Certain situations involving allegations against the city manager would require the city attorney to recuse himself or herself, which could be obviated by or eliminated by having the city attorney work directly for the city council as opposed to the city manager. However, Mr. Zeck pointed out that in his situation, his personal situation, and he expressed it for the rest of the law firm, he would have to recuse himself anyway, but that only applies to him and his law firm. Will they be the legal advisors to this city in perpetuity? The advantage of putting the city, I'm sorry, I'm on heavy painkillers. Putting the city attorney under the city council eliminates one potential conflict of interest that exists potentially if the city attorney is under the city manager.
And that's correct. And I want to clarify, I'm not advocating for the city attorney to be be appointed by the city manager or the city council. I just want to clarify who our client is. It's the city of Leon Valley. But
right.
whatever council wants to do as far as having what the present section in the charter says, appointed by the city manager with approval of the city council, or just have the city council appoint.
Thank you, Crystal, for bringing that up.
I just wanted y'all to see it.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's late, and it's good to read it. Okay. What's the pleasure of the council on that suggestion by a...
Just leave it.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right.
We don't have to.
I don't think we have to, well,
I think
we
you're just
have to
looking for
move.
consensus right
Yeah.
now.
Is that the consensus for, yes?
I would like to make a motion that we change it to the city attorney shall be appointed by the city council. I think that's what Mr. Martinez was getting at.
Okay. Is there a second? All right. I don't hear or see one, so it dies for lack of a second. All right, moving on. Who else? Mr. Yarnell, you had something.
I have here a email that I sent to all the city council members asking for a response. I received a response from you, Mayor, and Mr. Bradshaw. I have not received a response from anyone else. I was hoping that they would try to represent the citizens. I'm asking for you to look at the city charter, article section 501C, page 12. It's the powers and duties. City manager powers and duties. In an effort to begin the reconciliation of the issues that we got going in front of us, I would ask that the city council, the elected leaders of our city, place the authority to hire, retain, and remove all city employees at the director level and above, to include the city secretary, the finance director, the assistant city manager, the city attorney, the department heads, and the chiefs of police and fire departments in the hands of the city council. We as the citizens have some influence over your decisions. We have no influence, very little influence over the staff members' decisions. This would place the operation of the city in the hands of the city council in terms of hiring the staff, the director level and above. I would think that you would want that to be the power of your position. Why would you not want to have the power to hire the staff level and above of this city? Why would you want to give it to anybody else? I asked the question.
All right. And as I responded to you, I said bring it as a suggestion.
Right.
To add to a measure and then see.
I would
have a
like
discussion.
I would like an answer from each one of you, if
Okay.
please. I didn't receive an answer, but I can ask it verbally now.
Is that C 1, 2, 3, 4? Is there something else besides number 4? 1, 2, 3, 4?
I think you have to go back to the hiring of the city attorney, which is a...
Yeah, this included the city attorney, which you all just now decided not to.
okay.
So that would be some, I guess, a revision of that request. If you're going to hire the staff, the members of the staff at director level and above, I would say the city attorney should also be included. Why would you not include the city attorney?
Okay.
It's a decision that you would make as a representative of the citizens who pay the bills.
Okay. Well, I'll certainly open it up to the council if they'd like to address that. And then I know Mr. Bull would like to address it as well. Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I would like to address it. We do have a human resources director, and that is her job to do. None of us on council are human resources expertise. We don't have that. And so I think it should be left in the hands of the people who have the expertise to deal with human resources.
I'm trying to digest what you just...
Human resources is hiring, is dealing with personnel, hiring and firing.
You're saying that the human resources director should be in charge of hiring all the staff members at the director level?
The
and
human
above?
resources area is the expertise in hiring and firing, and she probably gives information to the city manager. But they know the rules and the laws pertaining to hiring and firing employees.
Okay.
Yes.
They could also direct that information to you also. You could make that decision.
I would not want to take it on myself. I'm not a human resources expert.
No, they could give you that information so you could make a decision as part that you're representing the citizens.
Okay.
I think our employees represent the citizens also.
No, the employees work for the citizens.
Yeah.
According to the chart that Mr. Bradshaw showed us.
Okay.
So
I know we're getting late, so we don't want to
I realize that, ma'am.
argue
I realize
or
that,
anything
yes.
like that. Just okay.
So can we have
anyone else
Ms.
want to
Charles
address
Avery?
that or?
Dr. Rodriguez, please.
Would that change our form of government, hubby? If I'm just asking.
No, you would still be a council manager form of government. You would just be putting the responsibility in, as far as appointments of directors, in the hands of the city council. But I assume under what you're proposing, those folks would still work at the direction of the city manager.
Yes. They would be under the operational control of the city manager, whoever that person is, but the hiring and retention and removal would be at the discretion of the council.
Mr. Bull is next, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, I was asking for a response from each council person. Can I get that? Would that be possible?
If they'd like to.
Point of order, Mayor, is this the way, and for the city attorney, is this the way we're supposed to do it? That they ask us questions, or is this a proper manner, or where are we at? They actually considered that in the Charter Commission, and they didn't go for it.
Yeah, so it was a minority request, and it was not voted for. But I've asked for an answer from my city council members. Am I not able to get that?
We're legislative and not executive.
This is a policy decision request.
That's not a policy decision. That's
Changing
making
the
us
policy that where you hire,
executives.
you're the ones who hire.
We are not
Mr.
executives.
Okay.
Mr. Yarnell.
Yeah, let's, Mr. Bradshaw.
I agree with your what you sent in your email, and I would like to make a motion that we adopt this provision or put on the ballot that the director level and above are appointed by the city council.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bull, go ahead.
I would first like to remind everybody that City Council has enough decisions to make in terms of policy. And when it comes to the hiring and firing, yes, City Council holds a great deal of weight when it comes to advising, like with the city attorney's appointment. They choose, they advise, and otherwise the city manager and their HR department does the overall day-to-day operations of the city. And it is the directors, which is part of the team of the city manager. The manager manages the day-to-day operations, which the police chief, HR director, public works director, name it, is under that direction. You do start to erode the the city council manager outline of government when you start taking that kind of leaning towards the council. It becomes council heavy versus a city manager, and city manager is there for all intents and purposes of a placekeeper. And if you choose to go that route, then bring back the conversation about why that expense. You're paying the city manager to make these decisions of hiring and firing through HR and through the advice and approval or disapproval of city council. So in doing so, I don't believe this should even be a topic of discussion once again.
Okay.
And it should not be even, I wish I was up there, I'd say I wouldn't even second that motion.
All right, thank you,
I
Mr.
appreciate it.
Hall.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Did you have something else to say, Mr. Johnson, so we can move on?
Well, Councilor Alcacer, you stated that it was debated and not put forth, but then by the same token, several items that were debated and were put forth with a significant majority of the committee, you have voted down. So your argument that just because it didn't come forward is not valid on its face.
Point of order, I was stating a matter of fact, and I'm being personally attacked.
No, I'm stating a matter of fact also, that,
all right,
that it was discussed, and just because
Okay.
it didn't come forward flies directly in the face of
Okay,
your comment.
thank you, Mr. Johnson, for that point of, I have a point of order, so.
Real quick, City of Windcrest Charter has this provision in it where the city council hires the directors, fire chief, and police chief. Not an issue there. And it does correct an issue where, if you remember, Mayor, June of 18, I had a meeting with you and the city manager in reference to, I felt, or the feedback I was getting from former employees that if an employee disagreed with her, she would make their life miserable and then come and tell them that, hey, I'm getting ready to fire you, but I'll let you resign.
Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Bradshaw to put the council in charge of hiring the directors. Is there a second? Okay. It dies for a lack of a second. Anything else? All right. Not from the citizens, so let me ask the council, do you have any additional measures that you'd like to include?
I request that provisions from, suitable provisions from the ethics be included in the charter. I do not know or have a proposal. I asked for it repeatedly, but it wasn't even considered,
But which ones? Do we know?
I have no clue.
Oh. Okay. So you have a motion to add unknown provisions from the ethics? Is that what you?
No, I would like Mr. Erkan to provide us with something as that we can make a decision on that would the TML indicated that the charters and when we had the provision about it that it was a good thing to have in a charter.
Do any other?
I'm requesting.
Do you know of any other cities that include ethics in their home rule charter?
Not ethics
Yeah.
per
ethics
se. The city of
provisions.
San Antonio has reference to the requirement of having an ethics commission and an ethics ordinance.
Mhm. But nothing specific regarding ethics.
Not that I can think of as far as particular rules of ethics other than when we're talking about ethics, we're talking about things to prevent self-dealing. I think you have something like that in your charter, but I'm not quite sure. Is that what you're talking about in
I don't know
ethics?
if we need the reference to the ethics, or it was just, had been recommended that we do it, and I didn't, I don't know what part of it we were supposed to put in, so.
I apologize, Counselor, I'm just not sure myself.
Yeah, well, I've asked it to be dealt with, it just wasn't, so.
Okay, anyone else? I mean, I'm just, okay, I was just going to add something that I really believe in, and that is, and I don't know where this goes, but it's the idea that before we spend umpteen amount of time and hours and money on a 312 hearing, that we mediate the parties before. That's, I don't know how you word that, but that's what I'd like to see as a measure.
Sorry, I didn't get that, Mayor.
Well, you know, I'm just, and it's not in there, and so that before we expend time, energy, money on a long 312 hearing, we require that the parties mediate or have a settlement conference before to try to resolve it.
I think
That's
the
all.
city manager has something to.
Yes.
My only input in that would be that there's some things you can mediate and there's some things you can't. Civil rights violations, I don't think you can mediate away. You need to investigate them and address them. So I just think there needs to be a clarification there.
Well, I guess I question a little bit because every case in Bexar County, correct me if I'm wrong, has to be mediated before you have a trial, correct?
So if you have a civil case, you have mediation. If you have a criminal case, you cannot have mediation.
Okay, well then.
And so you can have plea bargaining, but it's a little different than mediation. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think. I can't think of any other municipality that has a provision like that.
Just thought I'd ask. Okay. All right. I would like to suggest that we move the rest of the agenda items 5, 6, 7, 8.5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 to the next. Mayor?
I just want to make sure that we're clear on the items that are going to be, so we're done adding items to the ballot?
I think so. Is there anybody else? I didn't hear.
No
I didn't
other
see anybody
changes?
else.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because then I'm going to have Charlie write up the ballot language, and then we're going to have to call a special meeting.
Yeah.
So I would like to get clarification if people know their schedule already, when the special meeting would be called. That'd be nice to get that settled right now.
The next time I'm available is Wednesday, February 12th. That's all I got to say.
I'm not available.
I only need 3 to,
I should be available, as far as I know right now.
Okay. Are you available, Mr. Odie, on the 12th?
They're about at a certain time or?
6 o'clock or 5:30 or?
Should be.
Okay. How about you?
I'm not on the 12th.
Okay.
Before then, I can do it.
How about the 13th? Oh, yeah, you're.
But I'll have to see what time I'm doing testing.
Okay.
My paper, if you would.
All right. Okay.
Why can't we do it before then?
Hold on. Well, I'm out of town, but doesn't matter.
But it's
Go
just
ahead.
to approve what they write up on this thing, right?
correct, it's just calling the election for the proposed amendment.
Right, you'll have a resolution or an ordinance ordering the election, and it'll have what you have approved.
As the measures.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we do it that
Could Angela just call everybody and get a consensus? Would that be all right? I think that might be, because we could be going back and forth with everybody's schedules, and it's already midnight. So,
Mayor,
yes.
I just wanted to point out that we need to do 8-7 because a public hearing was noticed. And I would also ask the council to let me do 8-6 because it's pretty dire that we get that done. And it's a budget adjustment. I don't think it's going to take long at all. It's got like 4 slides. And then number 5 is also dealing with the election, which I don't think would take long at all. I think you just have 2 items.
But it's not, I mean, we're way ahead of the deadline. So I think we can put it on for the next meeting, 18th. I don't think we need to take that one.
Okay,
Which
then
is
maybe
what
just
date?
6 and
Yeah.
7?
Yeah.
Which date? I don't think we need that one.
Okay, so 6 and 7?
I don't think 6 is dire either.
6 is very dire. We have a city secretary who works every weekend and every night, and we've got to get some help.
I thought we already had
We
somebody.
do. I have approved the help, but I'm reaching the maximum amount of hours now.
Let's do 6.
And 7, it has a public hearing. So there's been a notice.
All right.
I can be fast.
All right. Ms. Pasley, we're going to, boy, this is crazy. 8.6.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Excuse me. I need Sandra to read the ordinance, please.
An
Yes.
ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending general fund budget of City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020 in the amount of $62,821 to provide funding for Leon Valley to provide for assistance to the Office of the City Secretary, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Ms. Kinsler.
Crystal just corrected us. 8-7, you did the public hearings last time, so you don't have to do that one either if you don't want to. Okay, so this item is pretty straightforward. The purpose is to attempt to get an ordinance amending the general fund budget in the amount of $62,821 to provide funding assistance for the Office of the City Secretary. In the past 18 months, the City Secretary's office has been inundated with open records requests. The majority of these, we've looked them up, open records requests are either political or initiated by the First Amendment auditors. The City Secretary is unable to keep up with the request in spite of the fact that I have temporarily hired individuals to assist the office, assigned 4 staff members to learn how to assist with open records requests, and many staff, primarily this lady right over here, have put in a voluminous amount of extra hours in an effort to get these requests out. In addition to that, I do want you to know 2 years ago in 2017, we were at 200 to 400 open records requests. 2018, about double that, about 400. And this year, we were over, we were how many total this year?
2019.
Yeah,
we
how
had
many in
2,000.
2019 though?
2,000.
2,000. So in 2 years, we have almost, 10 times our open records request, multiplied them by 10. And so C statement is up there. In addition to the open records request, right now this city secretary, so she's processing over 2,000 open records requests, but writing letters to the Attorney General's office, requesting opinions and gathering information so that the AG can make informed decisions. And she's sending and receiving AG opinions and rulings on releases of the open records. She's responding on so many complaints that are being sent to the Attorney General's office because of untimely and perceived untimely responses, even when many of them are not. But she still has to take the time and respond. In addition to the ORRs, she keeps up with the minutes, the agendas, the counselor manager budget, and the building maintenance associated with the administrative side. And then the elections are also an integral part of her position. She does the staff and the committee member trainings for the Texas Open Meetings Act, the Public Information Act. And like I said, there's over 2,000 records requests. So this position alone is just for somebody to help with those open records requests. And I've done it as long as I can by myself. but I can only authorize up to 900 and something hours by myself without the approval of the council. So I'm asking for a full-time position to help the city secretary with these requests. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right. Any questions
This
from?
is a first read.
Right. Any questions from the citizens in our chambers? And then we'll come to the council. All right, Mr. Yarnell.
Greetings. Good morning. How many people are we hiring, and how many, and for how long?
You mean on this
On this
records?
on this
Okay.
issue, yeah.
The budget adjustment that you have before you right now is for one person for the remainder of the fiscal year. Full-time equivalent, one full-time equivalent person.
So we're into number 2, and it goes to end of September, which is 9, so we got 7 months. Is that what you're saying?
You actually already have a temporary person right now that I've authorized, but I'm almost up to the limit of hours that I can authorize without your permission. And so this person would then just continue through the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, the number, as I read it on the agenda, is $62,821. Is that from now until the end of the fiscal year? Is that what it is?
That's salary and benefits from now through September 30th.
So how does this compare with the salary and benefits of the city secretary?
The salary and benefits of the city secretary are more than this position.
Do we think that this will take care of it, all the issues you have?
Council, no, we do not think this is going to take care of all the issues that we have. What we're hoping, and maybe wrongfully hoping, is that things settle down and records requests start to slow down some, and there's some normalcy back in our lives and in our offices. But for right now. Okay. Yeah. So, and unfortunately, it's just a couple of individuals that are really doing this, and they're just costing us an enormous amount of money. But we have to keep responding. And even the complaints that she's getting, many of them are not even valid complaints, but she still has to respond, and it takes a long time to get those responses back to the Attorney General's office.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yarnell. I think we just for the matter of time, if you.
Well,
this is the first read, so you'll have an opportunity next time to ask more questions.
Transparent government, maybe there wouldn't be so many of these requests.
Well, I don't know, but yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
I have a question for Ms. Kinsler,
yes,
or
please.
possibly the attorney too. I'm not sure. These open records requests, are we as a council able to see who's submitting all these requests? As the first part of the question.
Be happy to answer that. Yes, you can. And Mr. Yarnell, a lot of the requests I get are committee emails, committee member emails. I get those too. So I can't be transparent with, I can't be transparent with other people's emails. The city puts as much as we can on the website so that we don't have as many requests, but they ask for things such as your emails. We get things like from 20 years ago that they want. We can't clutter up the website with things from that old. We do the best we can with putting things current, and with what, 10 years?
So if we can keep track of how many people or who's requesting them, are we also keeping track of what their request is, or who they're requesting emails from? Basically, because I'm just thinking, you tackle problems. I do that at work every day. Problem solving. You Pareto the problem, and you look at what's the biggest cause and throw solutions at that, at 80% of the issues.
Absolutely. I'm required by the Texas State Library, which is what we fall under, to keep a log, and we have a lot of things that we have to report on those requests.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Any other questions? Yes,
So
Councilor.
who are the ones doing all the requesting? I thought that was what his question was. Who are they?
Not specifically. I was asking if we were able to see
I
it.
would like to know.
Well, in the last year, I've received
If
a lot from
I
this.
may, the item is is
Just to
on,
do 62,000.
on the budget, not on who's requesting PIAs.
And I remember in the manager's report, you have a little report every other week, and I think you
Correct.
give the how many open records,
Yes,
just
ma'am, you
generally.
asked
So,
for
I
a
mean,
breakdown.
you know, that gives you the breakdown. So
Right.
if you-
We'll expand upon it, who's doing it in the manager's report so that they have the numbers in them.
All right, so this is, if there's no other questions, then this is a first read, and we'll put the second read on the next agenda. So if there's consensus, we'll move 8.5, 8.7, because you said we had the public hearing, Crystal, already?
We already did.
So we can
we're
move that
okay.
to the next
Yes,
one?
ma'am.
And
Yes, ma'am.
8.8 and 8.9 to the next agenda?
Okay.
All right. 8.5, well, 8.6 will come back as a second read. 8.7, 8.8, and 8.9 will be our first reads.
Correct.
At the next. All right, so number 9 is citizens to be heard. Ms. Joseph?
Hi, I'm just kind of getting off the, all this other stuff. I know that we have Lynn Joseph, I'm sorry, Canfield. I know that we have provisions for people that are hard of hearing out in the foyer, but don't we? I thought we did. Or hearing.
Oh.
I would like to suggest that we do something for people that are sight impaired. I know that there have been people in here that say they have monocular degeneration or cataracts, and try to get something that's really, blow it up more. I know some of it has been so small, and I wish we could come up with something to help those people, because even getting up close, some of these people can't see them. So I'd just like to make that suggestion.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So if somebody called and said they needed, because we've had one person that had some visual impairments a couple years ago, I grabbed an old iPad, and so they have that, and they're able to blow up. You know, they can make it as big as they want to make it. So if
You
somebody,
mean in chambers?
yeah, I can go grab an extra
okay.
iPad and plug
All
it in.
right.
If it was an issue or it considered because there are certain disabilities we have to make reasonable accommodations
Okay.
for. And so on the agenda, it says if you have a disability that you need reasonable accommodation, to contact the city secretary. So if we know ahead of time, we'll be able to have that prepared.
Help the citizens know that. If it could be put in the Lions Roar or something to help people understand on the, all the other media things, because I had no idea that something was offered like that for people, and the people that talked to me, I could have recommended that.
Okay, very good. That's news to me, so that's good to know. Thank you.
And then I have,
On the last paragraph of the agenda,
Okay.
of every agenda.
they can't see that.
It's so tiny.
A lot of people can't see
Yeah.
that with those sight problems. Then the other thing I want to address is that Ms. Alcacer mentioned that why don't people come up and talk to you and ask questions? I've tried with all three of you. You walked right past me, but who's going to approach you when you have a police escort taking you out to your cars? So that kind of deters everything of even wanting to contact you after hours. So I just think that's very...
No comment on, no. Mm-mm.
You know, you have not been assaulted, you've been trying to ask questions of you.
Ms. Joseph, you want to step to the mic? I can't hear you.
You have not been assaulted. Speaking to Mrs. Rodriguez, I tried to ask questions from you, Rodriguez.
You called me Cynthia, not Catherine, and my name's only been up here for almost 2
I'm sorry, it's late. Sorry
Everybody's
for
tired.
the mistake. But several people have tried to approach you, not just myself, to ask questions of you, and you just completely walked by. Ms. Charles just disappears. But there have been citizens that have asked about it. Why can't I approach these counselors?
Okay.
So just
So
FYI.
noted. All right, thank you.
I want to make this quick. My name is Blackmore. I just want to answer. We had a city council member that was removed by the charter. By the charter says they're not supposed to put their name on the ballot for the next election. Have we gotten a ruling on that yet? That person is on the ballot.
Mr., that's proposed.
I'm not quite sure what you're referring to.
We had a council member that
I'm aware of that. Are you?
he's in violation of the charter. And why is he on the,
Well, he was in violation of the charter.
yeah?
He's not in violation of the charter currently,
Because he's not a sitting council
because he's
member.
not a sitting council member. And so what the current charter says, that you can't be in violation of the charter and be qualified to be to run for council.
Okay.
But at the moment, I think the person you're talking about is not in violation of the charter.
And then the other question that you followed up with was, like, oh, if the case is still open, then, and I didn't follow up with that question to you, I'm sorry.
So you know, the case is deciding factual circumstances that occurred in the past. So those either occurred or they didn't occur, and if they did occur, they either were a violation of the charter or they weren't a violation of the charter. Whenever that happened, that's, for the charter's purposes, that's the time and place you look at. The appeal will decide what happened in the past.
When will this appeal take place?
I
It's
don't know.
currently in the courts, so it's still active.
Yeah, who is representing you on that?
On the original one, it was Ed Cano and Darby Riley.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Okay. If there's no further questions or comments, we move to adjourn without objection oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, you had to come in from the foyer. Thank you, Mr. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mata, for being cooperative.
I know it's late. Try to get through this quickly. Eric Mata, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. Just wanted to read a letter. It was addressed to the concerned citizens of Leon Valley. My name is Mr. Greismer, and I live in upstate New York. I'm a history and social studies teacher for 12th grade students. The senior course I teach is called Participation in Government, and it is a very basic curriculum teaching students the core fundamentals of how our government works at a local, state, and federal level. At the beginning of the school, we started off by reading and interpreting the U.S. Constitution. One of my students mentioned Leon Valley and how she felt that both the police and the local elected officials are trouncing not only the U.S. Constitution and the state constitution, but Leon Valley's city charter as well. After going home and looking into the situation myself, I agree with her assessment. The next day, I asked my third period class if they were interested in doing a case study of what is occurring in Leon Valley currently. At the time, the kids were pretty much indifferent, but the following day, the class was alive like I had never seen before. Apparently, some of the kids went on YouTube and discovered the actions of a local government that can be quite interesting. There is a lot of content involving the Leon Valley Police Department and police chief. I told the kids our primary focus is going to be on the recall vote and the events that occurred leading up to having a recall election. We live in a city of approximately 65,000 people in Schenectady, New York. And unfortunately, most of the kids couldn't even tell you who the mayor is, but they know the names of your mayor and city manager. We even watch parts of your city council meetings. One of my students gets copies of your meetings from a YouTuber named Justin Pulliam. She then edits them so the class can get the meat and potatoes of what they need to know. I got an email from one of my students last night saying that the city council is attempting to hinder the recall vote with the exception of Councilor Will Bradshaw. For me as a teacher, it is very exciting to know that my students are doing classwork on a Saturday night. There's so much doom and gloom where we live, so just knowing some of my kids are talking about class on a weekend gives me hope. I've told the kids on many occasions that we have to be objective and can't insert our personal feelings or animus towards any of the parties involved. On this point, they don't want to listen. The kids are adamant that Alcacer, Rodriguez, Charles, Hody, as well as the city manager, Kunstler, have to go. In any event, we think that what you are doing is great, and we look forward to a recall vote in May. I can't thank you enough for your actions. This is the first time in years I've had a class that actually came to class wanting to learn. Even the students who usually don't care are engaged. I think partly because they see this as fighting against the man. Regardless of the outcome of the recall vote, my students are doing group video projects, and I'm sure they will want to send them to you because you guys are the people who have inspired them. Thank you so much. Respectively, Mr. Greismer.
Okay, thank you. All right. So with that said, we'll move to adjourn without objection at 12:21 on Wednesday, February 5th. We stand adjourned. Oh, good morning. That's right. All right. Same to you. All righty. Thank you. Bye-bye.